minutes to the deadline. One minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good evening and welcome to the most special edition of DBN Game Day Live. We are here for the first DBN Broadcaster Brawl for charity, and we are glad you are joining us. I am glad to be joined today by everyone's favorite, Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome to the broadcast.
Hey, what's up, Kevin? I'm very excited to see this crappy play tonight.
That I can guarantee you we will not see. We've got 7 of our viewers' favorite personalities and maybe even a couple of world championships included as well. So I hope everyone's treated to a great night of diplomacy. So as a little kickoff for anyone who's new for joining us, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network was founded during the heart of the pandemic as a way to bring us diplomacy players together, combined with virtual tournaments that have sprung up, as well as the fantastic Virtual Diplomacy League, all kind of coalesced in 2020. And what you see here today is kind of a nice way to say thanks to those who are on the stream from the very beginning and to have a little fun and, of course, hopefully to raise a few dollars for charity. So, Ed, have you played with everyone who's on this board today?
No, I have not. Let's see. I've played with David Hood. I've played with Brandon just last week.
Oh,
so those are the only. Yeah, those are the only 2 I've actually played with. I was in DB&I with Siobhan, and I've never played with Brian, never played with Doug, and never played with Adam.
Excellent. We'll have some. It's nice because I know Doug kind of joined a game here or there to get the feeling of what virtual diplomacy is like, and like you said, Brandon joined for a game last week too. So everyone should have shaken off the rust before tonight. So we're hoping to see some dastardly play, I think would be the way to do it. So as we've gone with that, the DBN has grown. We've got great behind-the-scenes people, Zach Moore, who is not on tonight's broadcast or in today's game, but he will be feeding us critical NCAA action to pass along as we go go through. That is important to some of our viewers. And we've got some great sideline reporters today. Marcus Zylstra, who participated in the DBNI, the DBN Invitational that Ed just mentioned, as well as Karthik Konath, who joined us last week for his first appearance with League Night, the new
another Longhorn, but he's a superstar. I thought his analysis was terrific.
Well, we're broadening his horizons today. We let him get the studio crew last week and Sideline reporting this week. So I know that makes the broadcast getting some of those reports. So especially with today, with some of the things that we've already heard come out of their mouths in providing commentary, the conversation of play should live up to the billing. So,
Kevin, who have you played with on the board?
I have played with everyone. I have, of course, 2 Weasels on the board. I have played many games. I think the person I've played the most against is Doug Moore. I can't say I've ever had more centers in a game than him on any of my boards. But back in the day, back in the travel days, have been to David Hood's DixieCon. I have been out to Whipping when it was DipCon back in 2010. And Chris, I've never been out to Cascadia, but I know I've drawn him on a board. We can actually.
I played Chris at Carnage Top Board too. So he was Italy, I was Austria. So I remember that game.
Oh, good. Well, then, yeah, we have a new. So Ed is our primary analyst tonight. So having a little background on some of those players. That's
bad news.
Getting some bad news for them. So so we made it through. And we thank you for the votes in the player survey. We had 33 responses, which is fantastic. The players did appreciate some of the love and the non-love that they were given for the seeds. And you'll hear a little commentary as we go through to watch the power selection. So I don't think we gave we didn't give a description of the Paris method, but for anyone who has not seen the Paris method, they were given a ranking coming in, and that was based on your votes, which I screwed up in the introduction, so you'll have to forgive me. And then they will move to pick in which order they want to pick, and then, of course, they will pick the countries. So, and I know you've already seen the results. We'll get into some feedback afterwards, and we've got a couple special guests that are going to join us throughout the evening and even in this pregame as well. So let's take a look at the power selection, and we'll get to it. Bring on the players, starting with the 7th pick from Oregon and playing for the Oregon Food Bank, Doug Moore. Picking 6th and playing for the American Cancer Society from North Carolina, David Hood.
Hey, guys.
Picking 5th and playing for the Breast Cancer Research Foundation from the badass Adam Silverman. Picking 4th from Cascadia Land, playing for Covenant House Youth Homeless Shelter, Chris Brand. Picking 3rd, a weasel unto himself, the co-founder of DBN and playing for the Trevor Project, Brandon Fogel. Picking 2nd, again from the Bay Area, playing for Girls Who Code, Siobhan Nolen. And with the number 1 seed, the viewer's choice, the leader of the Windy City Weasels, playing for Hespeda Children's Association, Bryan Pravel.
Let's get this thing going.
Boom. We've got everyone going, and we've got everyone in the room. Welcome, everyone. Are you guys excited to be here as I am?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can't wait for the chaos.
Wait for the chaos. All right. So I need to get the picking order up, but clearly you have all heard who you are going to be or what order you're going to be picking. We had 33 voters. There were clear choices for some, and there was a 4-way tie for 4th. And so we had to get everyone figured out on their seeds. So that is what we have. I am trying to get the brawl on here. Sorry about that. I can hear myself, but I can't connect. Well, can I share? I can share. We will get this. And there we have it. So, I don't know if we can get everyone on screen. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are we missing? Okay, we are good. All right. So, and you see it. And I just clearly messed up the order. So, Chris, you were 6th. We must have had a last-minute vote. That's what I get for not having Brandon run everything here.
I've never gone above 6 before in the Paris method, so that's good.
So we're all in trouble then.
So you're all in trouble. So we have this. So for anyone who has not watched before, the Paris method has usually seed order, but this time is a viewer's choice. The viewers picked this order. So we will be doing this. Doug Moore will get to pick where he is first, but clearly with only one choice. Do you want to go first or last?
I want to pick.
You want to pick. All right. So we're moving him into the 1 seed. So next is Chris Brand. Would you like to go before or after Doug?
I have to go before Doug.
You have to go before Doug. All right. So the next one is Adam Silverman.
I'll go before Chris.
Before Chris. All right. Next is David Hood. David, where in this order?
I might as well go before all these other rogues.
Good. You're making the technology easier for me. In our simulation, this is how it played out, and Brandon was going to make me work harder for tech. So, Brandon, what are you going to make me do?
You know, I want to see where David Hood goes before I have to place myself. So I'm going to go after David Hood.
All right. So David will move here, and Brandon will slip in behind David and above Adam, to be clear.
Indeed.
All right. Siobhan, where in this list of folks do you want to go?
After Brandon.
After Brandon and before Adam as well? All right, so
curses.
I need to know where those hooligans end up before I make any decisions.
That's true. And all right, lastly, Bryan, you've got the ultimate selection power here and tie-breaking power. So where on the list?
I need to see where Siobhan goes. So I am going to pick between Siobhan and Adam.
So David wins the first selection.
And that's the last thing I will ever win.
There's some betting money. There were people in the comments and replies on the GoFundMe, which we will have linked below in the description, about bounties. So you may be taking some, or you might be giving them out. So by giving them out, which power would you like to choose?
He picks first and goes randomly.
Looks like I have drawn Germany.
Oh, Germany.
Chaos.
Sorry, Moore. No, not sorry. Not sorry.
Neither are the rest of us.
All right, Brandon, number 2.
I am going to take Russia.
Russia. Next to David.
So much for Sweden.
Number 3, Siobhan.
Italy.
Italy for Siobhan. Okay.
Did you watch my video?
No, I did not.
Excellent.
Legendary tactics. I know what Siobhan will be doing between post to this and pre-game. 4th pick for Bryan Pravel.
I'm taking Turkey.
Ooh, bold. See if Turkey can survive in the AIR world. Adam, you're up next. 5th and 5th.
Come on, Adam. The West is calling your name.
I'll take England.
So help me.
England. Probably one of the most
So
successful
much
from
so much for the North Sea.
the recent.
Damn.
All right. Our sixth pick in sixth seed was Chris Brand. Chris?
It's either France or Austria. Wow. This isn't easy. I thought it was going to be easy by this point. I'm going to take Austria. It's more fun than France.
Are we saying that France dropped
Wait,
a step?
We're more France to Doug Moore. That's what we're saying we're doing here.
Doug, in seventh, do you want to wave on France? Or,
I'll play Spain.
all right. I can't
Well,
edit that.
you'll be lucky if you have Spain.
Oh. Well, that turned out to be much different than I expected. The viewers are expecting some interesting openings, and with threats to Sweden and the North Sea already, we are looking forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for doing this today. The DBN Broadcaster Brawl for charity. We're going to try and raise some good money for some of these great charities we have, and we wish all of you the best of luck.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Let's have some fun.
Good luck, David Hood.
And I stabbed myself. I saw Ed unmute, and now I'm back. So, for what I said is, if anyone was taking betting odds on that and having Doug in seventh, and then taking France, a lot of the commenters, a lot of the survey responses were, as Peter McNamara said in the comments, that world champions go last. Yep, and apparently even successfully getting France. Ed, what do you think?
It's a very disappointing play all around from our commentators. I mean, first of all, the player's choice, Bryan, they gave him number one for a reason, and it wasn't to break a tie. They wanted to give him the country of his choice. He drops to number 4. It's very disappointing on Bryan's part. He abused the trust of the DBN community. That was it was sad, I think, actually, for Bryan. And then I don't mind David Hood picking Germany, but then what happens after that is very, very bizarre. And for Doug Moore to get France, unbelievable. Siobhan to pick Italy, I can see the logic behind it, but Siobhan, you're no Peter McNamara, okay? Let's just call it like it is. That is a bold choice. So for Russia and Italy to go 2 and 3, are you that scared of David Hood? I think David Hood is the winner of this. No one wanted to play next to him.
Well, we'll hear that in their interviews. I know there was a little bit of strategy kind of going around about how to pick around him. So, but yours and mine, we're going to be blathering a lot about this tonight. So we need a little expert help in getting these set up. So we have special to the broadcast. Likely the player that has been critiqued the most, partially because he's played a lot of games, but also because he's had some fun nicknames thanks to our DBN crew. So
I have been critiqued the most.
Yeah.
Who are you saying is critiqued more than me, Kevin?
Bringing on
Tombstone.
little gasp.
Little gasp, of course.
Tommy, welcome to the broadcast. And what makes these streams the best is our YouTube commenters. And for someone who has probably been pinned the most to our broadcasts, we had to have him come on and give some analysis from the start. So please welcome another Windy City Weasel, for which we all have to be to get on this show. We've got Chris Kelly. Chris, welcome to the broadcast.
Oh, baby.
They had to bring someone on to make Tommy look good.
Yeah. Well, so we've got an interesting draw, gentlemen. Tommy, what do you think about the strategy to pick away from David Hood?
Sorry, did you say me? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Tommy. What do you think about everyone picking away from David to start?
That's interesting. The funny thing is like the actual seed order was like complete inverse of like what I actually voted for. So that was curious to see. I mean, I feel like they were just kind of playing for fun, trying to like just see what they could do to kind of create a bit of a spectacle. But I can't speak for them.
We'll hear what they say. So, Chris, of the matchups, what do we think we get to see? Is there going to be some pre-aligned alliances with say Weasels and
I
East?
think so. I mean, I voted for Bryan to be the first seed, and I agree with that. He should have taken the country of his choice and not tried to play games with it. I know Brandon always loves to drop, and other people made their own strategic choices. I do think what was interesting, I was looking at the players and the fact that you've got 3 world champions / legends of the hobby, and other players who are good but not as established, that those 3 top players would have sort of targets on their back, and it would be interesting to see whether they chose to ally with each other for self-protection, or whether they chose to ally with lesser renowned players to knock one of the other top dogs off. I think the country selection is throwing off what I was expecting. With Adam Silverman and Bryan Pravel in England and Turkey, and really strong people around them, I think we're going to, unfortunately, I would hope not to see it, but I think we're going to see an AIR, and I think we're going to see an FG. And try and knock those guys out, and the rest will fight it out among themselves. But I do want to ask a question of particularly Ed, given his commentary so far. Ed, who do you think is the most overrated player on this board?
First of all, they're all overrated. Number one, how many of them have really got, I mean, especially in the virtual world, okay? Face to face, they're all great. They're, the virtual world, Chris, Tombstone, okay, we've been in the trenches, all right? We've had to deal with people who can't speak English. We've had to deal with a lot, and they have not faced any of those hardships whatsoever. So I have no idea who's the most. That's too tough a question. But I can't tell you I'm rooting for Bryan. I thought that going back to his logic, I think he was more trying to pick the players he wanted to be around as opposed to the power he thought he might be able to do best with, because no one would, in today's environment, pick Turkey. But you notice he wanted to pick after Siobhan, who was picking after Brandon. He's a weasel with Brandon. I don't know the relationship there. So he's right next to Brandon in an RT. Siobhan's with Italy. So I think he's going to try and leverage his personal diplomacy. I thought that was a brave choice on his part, to do that. But I think we've all 3 of us seen all Turkey's got to do is hang around. Morgante's taught everybody that, which is if the current meta doesn't work, Turkey can be a dangerous force in the game.
That was something that I was looking out for, was, as it with the levels of renown of different players, that the players who were less well known could sort of try and fly in under the radar and take advantage of rivalries to hang on and find an opportunity. But I also want to say, since we're talking about Bryan Pravel, I saw somewhere he said this was the first time he's played for charity, and now I've been on many a board with Bryan, and I've seen him give away position, give away dots. So I'm just saying, Bryan, you could have fooled me.
Well, notice how he stabbed himself by being the number 1 seed, dropping midway through, and then taking Turkey over France. So we'll have a lot to question him about. Maybe he's just trying to be charitable again on the board.
If he wanted to be Turkey, he could have moved down to 7.
Well, yeah, get the best tiebreaker, but no one wanted to have to pick after Doug. So Doug stayed at the bottom. All right, so we've got some analysis. Now I need predictions, because I like predictions and I like picking on people for bad predictions. I'm the one who's always pinning on the streams that DBN commentators make bad predictions. So join the crowd here. Chris, who's taking home the trophy?
I at first had thought that Brandon might have the hardest time finding an ally, but I think he picked wisely to be Russia. But I can't overlook Doug Moore in France. I think that has to be the early favorite.
Tommy, what do you think? You can't agree. So as much as we all like Doug.
That's exactly what I was going to say,
Right.
unfortunately. Well, I was going to say Brandon, between Brandon and Doug. Those were the top two that I put for my actual, and then between the countries that they picked and then their location, all the more I was happy to see that. Actually, I would go with Siobhan actually in Italy. I'm curious to see what she'll do there. I'm very excited to see that.
Italy's had some strength recently, so by having it, having her there, she can go east or west. We've seen a lot of Italy's go east, of course, but this is the commenters' game, and maybe they'll take some of the comments that came in from the survey.
I did play recently in a game with Siobhan where she was Italy and I was France, and she decimated Austria in the first year or two. I don't know if that'll happen to Chris Brand, but
we will certainly see. That is something to watch. Well, so gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We may see you later in the evening for commentary, analysis, and post-game recap. We will keep you informed. But so the nice part is, if we're going to play and we're going to have an opening as Italy, and whether to go east or west, who better in the world to help us decipher Italian moves than our first guest analysts? So we want to add to the screen here our map, because bringing on hobby legend Eddie Brisson to help us call out some moves.
What's fantastic? We got Eddie Brisson.
Eddie, I think do we got? Oh, what's he got on there? He's got his Italy cap. I think I got him on. We got him on mute. Let me see if I can fix that.
Eddie, unhit the mute button, brother.
Eddie, I can't unmute you. Let's see if I'm on the right one. We got two Eddies.
Yeah.
There he is.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. That was the biggest stab ever, to bring on the hobby legend Eddie Brisson and then not allow him to talk. Maybe my diplomacy results would be better with you if we could, but you'd probably still solo without having a negotiation.
I played beside myself many a time. All right, so what is the question? Is Siobhan being Italy? Okay. Amongst these players, I have played with every single one of them in regular tournaments. All right, from what I can remember. Both Bryan and Brandon, I think 1 or 2 games, but all the others, I mean, Siobhan and Silverman, I taught Siobhan how to play. So, my suggestion, when Siobhan picked Italy, having just about everything else, it tells me that Siobhan is going into this game with an immediate attack on someone. Either when she saw that Hood was Germany, she didn't know who anyone else was. She took Italy, all right? And like I said, I taught her when she was 13 how to play. So she's going to go straight for someone. The fact that Chris Brand is in Austria and a relatively, for Siobhan's life, new player is in Russia, and the Turkish guy, so I would say that Siobhan is already probably burning up the phone to crush the Austrians right away. The fact that Hood is Germany allows some interesting things, because the odds are that she'll predict that Hood will go with France against England. And that would leave the East pretty much free open. I cannot see her doing a long reach Lepanto type thing, because when she picked Italy that fast, that means she's going straight for something. And she is not a patient player. She is also a bit of a wildcat. When things get stressful, she will do the thing that is the most fun for her. That's typically stabbing me, but nevertheless, you can count on her providing the fireworks in this game. So, anything else you want to know?
Who's going to win?
Who's going to win? Well, the way I see it with this sequence, if Brand is wiped out early, it's going to come down to Hood and Doug. And of the two, Hood basically likes to play to be a large power with a bunch of small alliances, and things that get on, he will start eliminating all the little guys. And he will work with the other side to eliminate the other guys. Whereas Doug, on the other hand, plays for the big win, the big flashy win. And I would see that I would say that it's going to be Germany and France against England in the West, and Italy and everyone else against Austria in the East. And then it's going to be a German game towards the middle. And then Moore is going to stab Hood somewhere around 06, 07. And the game will stop with a stalemate line between the East and the West.
Look at this, Eddie. What year does this win happen?
There is no win. The game ends in 08.
All right.
All right. Well, we've got a lot of we've got a lot of charity promotion to do. So I hope we will make it till 1908. I believe that there is the link below that will go into the GoFundMe. So the rules for the game were, of course, with 7 being a wonderful mathematical number, we had to figure out a way to divide the pie as evenly as possible. So
by the way, I did send in a suggestion that we allow to contribute money within the course of the game for specific things to happen. For example, I offered $100 for the second person to take Belgium. And I will repeat it here. All right. But it only works really if the players know that there's, hey, there's $100 for the second, if someone can rip off Belgium. This is something that we experimented with 40 years ago. And it became money and diplomacy didn't mix very well back then. But this might be a more interesting format. So there you go.
And I did give them your other suggestion of putting a bounty on David Hood. And 6 of the 7 players laughed at that, including David Hood. So
okay.
We are hoping to raise some funds for charity. The winner's charity will receive 25% of the pot, and the other 6 will receive 12.5%. So no one's going home unhappy, except for maybe someone's ego tonight. So
I'm unhappy that we're only 75% to goal. So the cheapskates who have not given in the chat, throw in some money. You're getting this for free. Eddie Brisson for free. How often does that happen?
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, I don't kind of like that one. That's an expensive guy here. You don't get 60 years of this stuff for nothing.
So
I will auction off Eddie Brisson coaching for a $50 donation.
That I will do for free. But I'll tell you this much.
You're missing the point, Eddie.
I don't know how to do that here. But I'll kick in $100, and I still will put in another 100 if David Hood is eliminated by the end of the game.
All right. Well, we're hoping on that. I have no knowledge of this game. I tried.
Neither do I.
I begged to get the Backstabber link, and they wouldn't give it to me. So I will be as surprised as you guys. So Ed, I have to make a prediction, and you have to make a prediction. You've heard 3 predictions so far. You gonna go out on a limb, or are you gonna side along?
No, I'm gonna say there's going to be a draw. There'll be a draw. David Hood will be the largest power, and in the East, I think it's going to be probably Turkey, because Siobhan is going to get squished, because Siobhan will make a mistake. So to me, it's going to be an East-West draw with Moore as number 1, Hood is number 2, probably hiding up in the north, and that's the way the game is going to end.
All right, Ed Sullivan, what say you?
Okay. Brandon Fogel believes that this game is about who the best liar is, and I think Brandon Fogel is the best liar. I predict him to board top.
All right. So Brandon, and I'm going to go with Turkey. I feel if there's any game where the underdog can kind of slip through in a power that has just been crushed, Brian's going to make me proud in this one. I'm hoping he opens Sunstrom and piles on Brandon to start with. That would make me the happiest to start. So with that, let's see how they do it. And he does. he opens with the Sunstrom. So in pure form, let's have Eddie. What happened? What about in the East? What do we see in the East that is going to shape this game?
Well, I think what we see in the East is that Yvonne is on some medicinal compound because playing Venice to Tuscany is not the person that I spoke to, nor the person that I taught. So that's a pretty wild one. So it does look like there's more of a jump on the Turks right now. In the meantime, I would suggest that it's pretty boring with Hood and in the West. In the East, it seems like Siobhan wants to make a go against the Turks. And again, like I said, that was very bizarre going to Tuscany. She could have done anything else other than Tuscany. But there you go. The fact that France went with support to Burgundy, Moore knows that Hood is not going to open to Burgundy. I mean, they have played together enough that he knows that. So Moore is just playing. I would say he is playing below the radar on this. He is trying to show that he and Hood, he doesn't trust Hood. That's what that move is. This is a communication to England. So England should have been better by going to Edinburgh rather than Yorkshire, because this was not going to be a dynamic, forceful opening.
So Ed Sullivan, the Sullivan Show here. What? Well, before we get to the West, where we're going to have you focus, do you have any inside information about that move to Tuscany?
I do. It'll be revealed during Siobhan's interview, but I told her if she did move to Tuscany, she would get nothing but compliments from me. So I think it's an absolutely smashing play because as anyone knows, in a diplomacy game, when people say, well, whose side are you on? I go, I'm on my side. And so Siobhan has shown trust in the alliance between the Irish, okay? And she has gone with the move to Tuscany, so I love that move. Eddie, I'll give you a tip while I'm just rambling and filibustering. Turn the sound off on your computer, not your phone, on the computer. I think the move of the spring is the unopposed move into Galicia by Brandon. Hard to believe that Chris Brand would just let that happen unless he felt that there might be something going on with Siobhan moving to Trieste. Maybe she asked, I don't know. But that move to me is fantastic for Brandon, which I hate to say, but we'll see how Chris Brand reacts because he got a little love from Siobhan now not being in Venice or Tyrolia by moving to Tuscany.
So what at this point now, as I'm trying to figure out how to move the map along, there's no buttons anymore, and my keyboard is not working. So more technical problems. Let's see if we can. Well, that works.
Eddie, what do you think about that Galicia move? That it wasn't opposed.
Well, for me, the Galicia move basically shows that Austria was clearly not expecting it, or if in fact he was expecting it, he's felt a hell of a lot more trusting than I thought. It is a potential that the Russians and the Turks are trying to do something different, but no, the move to Smyrna does not work for me with this kind of setup. I would imagine that what we're looking at is really a Austrian and Russian screw up, because it makes no sense for the Turks to go charging into Armenia without support from going the other side. So right now, I would imagine that the Turks and the Austrians are screaming at each other. One saying, "Hey, wait a minute! You told me you were going to Galicia, and you didn't."
So they're they're friends and they're broadcast partners. Of course, that goes out the window in diplomacy. And I know in Chicago, where they're from, they play that opening a bit. I think we're going to have to see how the fall goes But you could be right, and we could see what happens if we get what happens with the fleet situation in the fall. But you think that Doug, by the supported move into Burgundy, was just a typical French strong move to where
No, he's playing possum. He's trying to hide his relationship with Hood. That's what he's doing.
Okay, and so you, what do you
I'm
predict
still,
on
I'm
Belgium?
still on the German-French alliance is still there.
What do you predict in Belgium then in the fall?
We'll see what the French builds are. I totally suspect that it's going to wind up being Fleet Brest for sure, and Army Paris. I can't see it going anywhere else.
All right. Well, since I got the technology working, at least for now, we'll find out. Okay, we're good. Brandon's helped me out from the background. So when you open Sunstrom down in the southeast and then you hold in the fall, Eddie, what does that say about Turkey's chances?
Well, I think that we've got a very interesting little situation here with Austria and Turkey, and this makes it even more so that Turkey makes no sense in trying to go hold in Armenia and at the same time go to the Black Sea. You either do both or you don't do either, or you do one and not the other. So I think that this was a rather interesting attack. I want to make sure I'm reading this right, that this says that Serbia supported Bulgaria to Romania. Is that correct?
Yep,
that's correct.
Yeah, so that fits in that the Russians and the Austrians didn't talk. So there you go. And in the West, I have to point out that the standoff in Belgium is classic and fulfills exactly what I said, is that the move to Burgundy with support was merely just a subterfuge to something else, because Hood making sure that he goes to Holland with support, knowing that there's going to be a standoff in Belgium, so that they, even if for some strange reason England was in there, they would be able to destroy Belgium. To me, again, the excitement is going to be in the East, and I believe that excitement is going to come from Siobhan, because Siobhan's got to be at this point a little nervous about Austria and Turkey being together. So classically, we're going to see a Turkish build of a fleet, probably Fleet Khan, and then we're going to see whether Siobhan is going to convoy into Albania or back to or continue to go east. I think she'll convoy into Albania in the spring. So there you go.
And Ed, what do you think about the West? Pretty standard play, but anything of note?
Okay, so the two things are the bounce in Belgium when Doug could have been the pivot between either England or France. So this may go to Eddie's point of they're still kind of playing possum, but I think what gives it away here is Germany letting Russia into Sweden, which will, in normal circumstances, if Russia got two builds, allow Russia, a northern build. I don't know, because Russia didn't get into Romania, what Brandon will do in terms of a build. But to me, I think the prediction of an FG is coming to fruition right now.
So there might be some insight onto. Hang on, Eddie. Eddie, I got a great. So I think we've got some insight on possibly how Doug and Adam work together.
Well, I think a move to. Are we watching this?
So that clip was from the 2016 championship, where Doug is talking to Nathan Barnes and saying, I think Adam will attack me because he always attacks me. So that might be his thinking about Adam.
Well, to me, let's go back to the Sweden question. If you're France and Germany together, Germany does not want to stand the Russians out of Sweden, because ultimately you're going to want to see the Russians do something with you against the North or to be least neutral. And standing Russia off is not a way to get the Russian fleet on your side. Plus, if it's sitting in Sweden defending a supply center, you don't have to worry about it jumping down to the Baltic and getting weird. And so it makes sense to me totally that Hood would not bounce in Sweden because, amongst other things, the only way he gains is if he's allied with England. And this is what I said is from the beginning. I believe it's a French-German silent agreement, and it'll get blown apart pretty fast this way. And you'll see a build of a fleet in Kiel, probably, fleet in Brest for those. One of the things that might be interesting is whether I can't see Moore building two fleets. If he builds two fleets, he is really broadcasting big time that he and Hood are going together. Likewise, I can't see Hood building two armies because, I mean, I've known the guy for 30 years, 40 years maybe. And he's not an all army kind of guy unless he's playing weird. Now, Doug could be playing a mega game. And this is something which a lot of you don't quite understand. Oh, I would like to also correct something earlier I heard. Both Siobhan, Chris, Doug, and Hood, we've all gone on the international circuits, and all of us have talked to non-English speakers, and all of us have learned how to work with someone who can only speak with or point at or make grunts and groans. So
I was joking, Eddie.
All right. Well, so the good thing is as I mentioned earlier, we've got some sideline reporters who may know a little bit about these conversations. So let's see we can get a little report from our team here.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Sideline Report.
Wait a second, this isn't Diplostrats.
Okay, well, bad news. As opposed to our usual 4 hours, we've got about 2 minutes to cover everything in this video.
2 minutes? Well, we'd best get on it then. What happened in the fall? Spring.
Yeah, spring would be a useful place to start. So in the spring, we had David trying to get people to commit. He's very committal, like absolutely wants to get Brandon and Doug to attack Adam in England. Neither of them are willing to go for it. In fact, he even tries to get to force Sweden as an issue. They're refusing to commit to allowing Brandon in unless Brandon commits. But neither go for it. And in the East, we had Bryan and Brandon wanting to play off their reputation of never getting on in a game by having Bryan open to Armenia in order to try and get Siobhan to go west to try and stoke conflict between the two of them, make it look like they're not working together. Siobhan doesn't bite, but Bryan goes for it anyway. What happened in the fall?
So in the fall, David continued trying to get his neighbors to commit to attacking each other, but neither one of them committed to the attack, and their negotiations pretty much fell through. Everyone's being about as cagey as you'd expect to see in a menagerie, no one revealing anything. In the East, we had Siobhan and Chris being very worried about the move to Galicia, and they expected a Juggernaut alliance. Bryan continued playing up his will to attack Brandon, but Chris managed to convince Bryan to actually attack Brandon in the final end of the conversations.
And there you have it. That's what happened in 1901. Back to you guys in the commentary booth.
Thank you to Marcus and Marcus for that report. So, Ed Sullivan, what do you think based on those comments?
First of all, Marcus Edholm looks differently than I've heard on Diplostrat, so that was interesting to see him. And I would think a menagerie would not be so cagey, but those are the thoughts I had. But I think that's good German play to try and get England and France to fight to some degree. So I wouldn't have been disappointed with that. But I also would just like to point out, as much as I'm going to make fun of everyone tonight, I really think this is the difference between high-level diplomacy players and what you see with a lot of intermediate players is high-level players aren't afraid to say no, or I can't do it this time, or I'm thinking about it, or whatever, but they don't out and out lie, especially early in the game. and so or many don't. And I found that to be a useful tip for our viewers.
Eddie, anything to add on there?
Well, again, I look at it from a position of what was I expecting initially? What I was expecting initially in the West is exactly what I thought would happen. I think on a personality issue, Silverman and Hood and Moore, Silverman is the person out. In the East, I think Siobhan is getting to a stress point at this point. And that's where I look to see the fireworks. Because what's going to happen is there's going to be a build, there's going to be a calm, there's going to be a build, and I can guarantee you that she's going to be thinking, all right, will I get support into the Aegean? Maybe I should do it. I've got a free run into the Eastern Med. So this is something that, again, I look for the East to be turned by Siobhan right now. And Chris Brand has to worry about what he's going to see from her. If he gets her to move to Eugene, then I could totally see him playing to Bulgaria with support from Greece, and moving with the Russians on Romania and trying just to crush the Turks on this move. This is the time that he would double cross the Turks more than any other time. So that's where I look on the East, and I still look for on the other side for the West to crush the English. There you go.
So Ed Sullivan, based on that, are you surprised by seeing the build of Fleet Eddie?
Fleet Eddie is a terrible build. What can I tell you?
First of all, Eddie, anything that has Eddie should be great for you. You should be happy that there was a build in Eddie.
Only if I'm the one building it. You don't understand that.
Everything should be built in Eddie if I was Eddie Burson. Second of all, I don't mind the first build being a fleet. I think he's trying to show a lot of love to Doug by that build, and we'll see if it works or not. I'm a little dubious.
It's not going to work. I'd be shocked if it works. I still think,
I think the bigger question
that's kind of interesting is, of course, in the West is the build of arming Munich. And I think that is also something which is classic David. I can't see David jumping in on the French right now, although it's very possible. I would guess going more on the other direction.
So is there anything with the guys here with the one I want to know is it looks Lepanto-ish. Is Turkey under the most pressure right here?
Obviously, it's hard to know because we're not in the room. But I think the rubber is going to hit the road on that question as to whether or not we see a supported move into the black. Obviously, if Brian's confident with his relationship with Siobhan, I think we'll see it, and with Brand. But if not, then we'll see that fleet out, and Brian go into a defensive posture. It's hard to know right now, but that's the question.
Well, the Turks are exposed in Armenia. I mean, Sevastopol can get tapped from Armenia, but that still leaves quite an opening on Romania. And if the Turks are not allied with the Austrians, if it's going to fall apart, it's going to fall apart right now. And that's what I think. That's what I think is going to happen. I think you're going to see the move on Bulgaria, the move on Aegean, and whatnot. Nope.
Well,
I guess I got it wrong over on the East, although I got the West right.
Yeah. Well,
so there you go.
Yep. So Ed, let's Eddie take a look at the East. Ed, what do we think about the West to start?
Okay, in the West to start, we see Doug make a move. Every unit going north and supporting David Hood into Belgium. That is as anti-English as you can make it in this turn. That build in Edinburgh got Adam absolutely nothing. And then we see a wonderful play from David Hood, not only taking Belgium, but now getting position on Brandon in Sweden. This is just a fantastic move for the FG. And then the conga line of arrows of North and Norway, all bouncing. Yeah, I really wish Adam had built that fleet London. He could have forced it at this point, but clearly Doug smelled his opportunity and went for it.
Yeah. Eddie, so the interesting part of the Southeast is that Turkey is under pressure, but still decided to go north. What do you think?
Well, from my side, it looks like pretty much what I thought might happen is if Austria was going to move on to Turks, this is the turn, and it looks like that's exactly what happened. Although, this is he took Romania and put it up into Galicia so that he could bounce on Romania, and the Turks are kind of clobbered, and you've got good old Siobhan going semi-Lepanto, but the Turks are in real big trouble, and the Russians, the fact that they're going to lose one center, they may lose Sweden, and that's they're still in a good position elsewhere. And since they've got the Austrians on their side, it's going to wind up, I think, being again the East-West, and it's going to be Brand now with Siobhan is going to wind up getting squished in the middle. Pretty close to what I thought it was going to happen in the early part of the game. Clearly, it's France and Germany, and I look forward to seeing this go. And I told you that diplomatically, Silverman doesn't click correctly with the personalities of Hood and Moore. And being England versus France, Germany is about the same. And when he built the fleet in Edinburgh, all he did was put meat in the water.
Well, let's hear from Adam then. Maybe he said something in the pregame interview that got leaked. So here's Adam before the game.
All right, Adam. So coming off of your selection process, how do you feel?
I don't think there was any good position to be in on this board. So, England's a power I'm comfortable enough with. So I think it will be okay. But, there's not really any theater on this board that would make me feel any better, right? Being next to Doug and David is going to be a challenge, to say the least. And Brandon coming around the north. So we'll have to see what happens.
Absolutely. Do you have any thoughts you want to share about what you're thinking for your opening set?
Yeah, I don't want to do something that's going to get either of them pointed at me early in the game. So, I'm probably not inclined to do something super aggressive unless that's the way the board is going. So, we'll see. Get something up in Scandinavia. Make sure that I'm not leaving myself vulnerable, and probably see where it goes into 1902.
Got it. Well, I'm certainly wishing you a hearty good luck with who you're surrounded with on the board. But I know that you'll be able to manage it, Adam. You're a great player. So the other question I have for you is, can you tell me a bit about the charity that you selected?
Yeah, sure. The charity I'm playing for is the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. So it's a organization that donates money to scientists and researchers around the world who are looking at prevention and cures for breast cancer. And it's a really interesting organization because it's really devoted to supporting both basic research and translational research. And that's definitely an area that can use a lot of funding these days. And obviously, I, like many people, have people in my life impacted by breast cancer. And it's, a problematic disease and something that, we should be striving to get better treatments and hopefully eventually a cure for.
Well, I can absolutely second that statement. Well, congratulations, Adam. It sounds like you got through a relatively hectic process. I'm very much looking forward to see how the board turns out, and good luck.
Thanks so much, Corey.
Maybe a lack of confidence going into the game. He had no chance. What do you think?
Look, first of all, Adam is a fantastic player with fantastic results, right? So I think this all goes into his demeanor a bit, which is he wants to be under the radar as best he can. That interview was part of that. I don't think that oh, by the way, we see Zach's facts with some misspellings. This is fantastic about Adam Silverman. So I think it was an attempt with that build to be that non-aggressive, but the issue there is Doug and Dave are highly aggressive players, so that would have been maybe not the best place to be for a non-aggressive player.
Submissive Silverman.
On my side, having played with Adam probably the most, and Siobhan the second most, I've seen him play England a lot of different ways, and he will be kicking himself for a long time for building Fleet Eddie. I can tell you that much. And I think that his initial moves, he would have been so much better off if he had either bitten a bullet and just gone to Brest in the first place, or instead of fighting for Belgium, possibly taking something alternative. If he was afraid of France, he could have convoyed to Norway and moved Norwegian to the North Atlantic. That would have been a gutsy move, because then he would be facing the fact that, hey, he could go to Hood and say, Hood, you've got 3 armies located on France. We can do some very interesting things here. But he did not play that diplomatic move. And as a result, I think we've got a situation where we can see something going on. Now, what's going on here on this map? If I understand correctly on this map, did you just move it to fall 02?
And here is fall of 02, and we did get the Lepanto. So I think maybe a rumor slipped out that you might be joining us tonight, and Siobhan wanted to impress you. So what do you think? And
she did not know I was going to be I didn't tell anyone I was being a commentator. But you do see sort of like an attempted reorganization in the West, which is kind of interesting.
So the moves, so I want to see what. So Black supported Bulgaria to the East Coast, but it was cut. Okay. So Turkey doesn't lose one, loses room, but picks up Bulgaria. Is Siobhan's move to Trieste a stab, or is that if you're getting one, I'm getting one?
No, that is if you're getting 2, I'm getting 1. So she was thinking that the Austrians want to get Bulgaria and Romania.
And the Russians and the Turks maybe patched it up, but not too much. You don't.
I think they patched it up.
Yeah. Now the question is, what are they going to do? Well, what's he going to do in regard to the winter and whatnot? But again, I think the more interesting aspect here is I'm not too sure what that move is with Sweden and Helgoland. What the hell's going on there? I have no idea what that notation makes.
Well,
did Sweden write an order to Sweden support Kiel to Helgoland or something? Is that what that means?
That is. And so Ed, that's what
means. Yes, that's what it means.
Okay.
I mean, he knew that would work. It's just a.
All right, St. Pete. Bye bye, St. Pete.
All right, but Ed Sullivan, what do we think? Walking away from London, Adam had to be pretty sure here. So what was the difference maker?
It had to be, I think that Doug and Adam had a talk about how David was going to pick up 2.
No, you're misreading the move from London. I've played a lot with Adam. He's going to Yorkshire because Yorkshire is a place.
Eddie, we're supposed to cooperate here, buddy.
I think
you go.
I think
though.
you got Stan.
You go. Anytime Eddie talks, it's good.
Yeah, well, any Ed talking is good. Eventually, we'll get an I in your name. But anyway, like I said, going to York is a defensive move. It's the classic defensive move where if you have an army in Britain, is you want it in York because it covers all the supply centers plus Wales, and as well as gives you the options to convoy elsewhere. So that's a classic move.
Yep.
Here you have an absolute horrible retreat by Russia. Skagerrak is the single biggest death zone for any fleet in any sea zone in the history of diplomacy. I did this once 30 years ago. We calculated something for like 150 games. More fleets die in Skagerrak than any other place on the board. So this is a terrible move. And it also shows desperation on the part of the Russians. Or he's just simply going to remove it. He should have gone to Bothnia. That would have been the better place to go. That would have given him a little bit more options, and he still would have wound up removing the damn unit. So that's a problem.
All right. Well, let's see if maybe some of the sideline chatter led to that. We have another sideline report.
Hi everyone, Carter coming to you with news from the sideline from 1902. In the spring, the major theme was that Bryan's non-committal nature led to Austria and Italy plotting an AAR as Siobhan, Chris, and Brandon start discussing how to dig Bryan out of Turkey. But secretly at the same time, Chris thinks he can get more out of a plan involving Galicia being pushed out as he hatches some plots on the side with Bryan to end up with Romania in Galicia instead of being disbanded as he originally discussed with Siobhan. Chris managed to play both sides well this season, and neither team is too unhappy with him when everything pans out. In the North, the major theme was Adam trying everything in his power to get everyone to go against his neighbors, but seemingly not getting either David or Doug to agree. In the fall, David going to the Baltic works out well for Adam, as it causes Doug to lose his desire for an English invasion, and now does not want to go to the English Channel, as he tells Adam. Bryan throws in with Brandon as a vassal in order to defend himself. Brandon tries to hide this in his chat with Chris, but Bryan outright admits his decisions both to Chris and to Siobhan. He seems willing to work with Chris, however, if he starts fighting Siobhan, but that seems not likely this time. A point of interest is that Siobhan tells David she would prefer he not take Sweden when questioned about it after a long pause. Now, after feeling he couldn't get any traction in the fall, Adam told me, quote, "I waffled so much about what to do that turn. When I saw orders, I will say I threw my hands up with a relieved sigh. Clearly, he was very happy to see Doug turn south and to pick up St. Petersburg for free. Back to you guys in the booth. Signing off."
Well, he had to work as hard as he can, and he got what he worked for. So, Eddie, one last comment before we sign you off for the night. What from your prediction from the beginning to what you hear now? What do you think's going to happen?
I'm very surprised that Doug and Hood haven't been able to make it work. I find that very interesting. I still think that that's still a possibility. You can see, I can see going very well in the East for Brandon, or Chris Brand, I should say, for Austria. And I think that will be, again, still the clear way of what's going to go down. I think and Siobhan is going to wind up being squished in the middle. I can't see France not pulling the trigger and going to West, North Africa, or Leon and West. But at the same time, well, my numbers are still on Hood to be getting going. He clearly can crush the French attack, and with the French attack crushed, I don't know if Adam can resist the temptation to come flying around the other side. So we will see what goes. All right.
Well, Eddie, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We hope you'll stick around.
Well, I shouldn't say that the honor was also mine because it's been a long time since I'm really not comfortable on this whole virtual business, and so it is something that I'm trying to adjust to. And there we go.
Well, you did well tonight, and we look forward to seeing you, hopefully on a real board, but if not a virtual board in the very near
Oh, I
future.
love the real board. You know that.
Yeah.
I can't wait for this pandemic now.
Let me give you a tip, Eddie.
I'm not real happy with playing with voice only. I'm too much into the totality of people's expressions and physicality and everything else. So there you go.
Well,
Right,
Eddie,
Bruce.
if you get
See
on a
you
virtual
around.
board with a guy named Morgante,
right.
don't trust him.
Oh man. Hey, maybe he'll be able to defend himself later tonight. We'll see.
Maybe so.
Again, Eddie, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you on the board in the future. All right. The legend, Eddie Brisson. We weren't sure if Siobhan did that for him or not, but we've got an interesting position. So now, Ed, you're going to have to shift to the East now because our next guest, he, I think, knows a little bit about England, and maybe he can give us some.
No, we're not. No.
I think
No.
I think you might know this guy.
No.
Right.
Oh my God. Actually, he knows a little bit about every country.
Yep, he certainly does.
Community's getting to know how great he is.
I knew Ed before he reinvented himself in the virtual. So this is the mask. I know what's behind the mask, and it's even worse than what you're seeing right now.
So I know there will be a YouTube comment about this. What was Ed like in the prior invention then?
Oh, in the in online. Well, he definitely didn't like anyone taking his thunder away, as you kind of just as previously seen. He wants to be the life of the party for sure, but he's definitely, let me say this way, he's become a much he's more aggressive than he was before, and that's of course not saying a lot either.
We're working on it. We're getting him to build the heart of a champion, right? Is that what it is? The killer instinct of a champion.
He is a champion, so
yep, that's true.
Yeah,
that is true. Cascadia this year. So, well, since you're new, but I know you've been watching in the background. We've got the builds for 1902 up on the map. With the turning of the tide in the West, is Fleet Eddie the way you would have gone there?
Well, I think that if England's going to grow quickly, he probably has to try to do something with France, because I don't think he's going to get the builds to be able to compete if he doesn't get some centers from David.
Even though David's thrown down, he knows his Doug would disapprove of these builds at this point, right? Is Doug he needs 2 fleets or 3 fleets? It's going to be a pile to get through them. We'll be interested to see where he goes.
Well, and I don't know if Fleet Eddie would have been the best choice, because I don't know, maybe you want to disguise it a little bit more, but I think he has to go after David here and try to get some dots and try to equalize with Doug.
And then Ed, now you haven't been focused on the East too much. What? Well, there was really only one. This Fleet Skagerrak pulled and Army Ank. At this point, that's got to be it. So let's get on with it then. I do this button right. No, that's not going to work. Aha, this will work. Change things on me. All right. So, wow, a lot of black in the southeast. The pylon. Oh, wow. AIR. Come on. They said in the chat this week there wouldn't be an AIR, and there was. Ed?
Well, really, look, I love Bryan, and I was hoping it was part of some hook 'em strategy because I know he likes the Longhorns. But the real issue was going to Romania and then getting lured to Galicia and giving himself no leverage. But this is the end. This is perfect coordination between the 3 of them, with the real winner here being Chris Brand. So, Brandon getting to the black, taking Bulgaria, Aegean going to Siobhan, and then let's not ignore that Tyrolia and the Venice and Vienna have already gotten up to the line. So it'll be curious to see what happens next. I know that Russ hates that move to the line early. And we'll see if that changes the dynamics in the West if it was too soon. But if I'm looking at the game objectively in the East and just trying to pick a winner, I love what Chris Brand has done here. I think he's played a great game, and we will see how it goes. But to me, he's the big winner in the East.
So my question is, why does Siobhan need Brandon at all? Why doesn't she just take what she wants? I mean, is it going to ultimately? I mean, I know it's a little bit faster, but is it going to ultimately be in her benefit to cut Brandon in, or can they just work them together? Because she's going to still be able to get Smyrna right in the fall with the move she's doing.
Correct.
3 on it.
So what are you suggesting, that Siobhan make the move on Austria in the fall and get the
I'm wondering if there's if maybe her reason with working with Brandon is because maybe there's something that they're going to split up Austria next, because she's got to make some tough decisions she's got to be looking at Doug a little bit too and thinking, okay, I've got to get some builds quick here.
Yeah, so Brandon will take Ankara, Siobhan will take Smyrna, and actually all 3, right? All 3 could go if they all work together.
Yep.
Brian done in 1903.
Yeah, he's let us all down.
Well, I picked him, so he certainly let me down.
I picked him at first pick too because I said he needed it, and
so Ed, I'm sorry, not Ed's in the West. Russ, you got the West. What a lot of bouncing, and David would not be happy with all those conga lines.
No, I don't understand why there wasn't a support to Skagerrak in some way, shape, or form, because I know it was a little bit of a guess, I suppose, but David won all that, so that was really, really great, and he was able to convince Doug that any games that he was going to get from him were going to take forever. So Doug is pulling away in France, away from Germany. And it looks to me like Doug's kind of surveying a little bit, what's going to happen. But then David's also now got pressure from Italy and Austria. So maybe it was a little too soon, because from what I'm looking at, there's nothing in Burgundy now, right?
Correct.
Nothing in Burgundy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he can't even be there to kind of be a part of anything they're trying to do to Munich if he wants to push into David.
I know that you love the Mid-Atlantic, Spain, Gascony placement of the French pieces because of the options it gives to the French player. But you've got 3 armies now right there on the Maginot line. What are you thinking for Doug?
At this point, I think if I'm Doug, I think I just throw 2 fleets south and take Tunis. And you're gonna set yourself up. She's not going to be able to come back and take it from you, and you can maybe work something out with David. A lot of it comes down to the diplomatic situation, right? David's got reasons to not want to attack Doug right now with both Italy and Austria against him. So I don't think he's going to push against him. Maybe you just turn south and try to grab something and, get yourself going a certain direction.
Well, we got
diplomacy, right? It's diplomacy.
Yeah. We since Brian is probably on his way out, let's give at least his charity a little more love and support than
the great charity
on board.
All right, Brian. So coming off of the selection, how do you feel?
I'm really excited. That was one of the most chaotic Paris methods that I've ever been a part of, and I hope that this is a sign of what we're expecting to come.
Got it. And how do you feel about where you landed in that?
Well, my strategy going into this was originally I was going to try and partner with David Hood. He's known for liking to play a long alliance game and just kind of pair up with him, go across the line. But with him being in Germany, I just didn't feel as comfortable in France. I didn't want to get dogpiled or picking England. So then my next choice was Russia, which Brandon took in front of me, and then Italy, which Siobhan took in front of me. So then my strategy became, can we push France to last and go attack Doug more? So I'm going to go see if I can get Siobhan, talk her into going west. So we'll see how that plays out, but that's the strategy I had going into this pick.
It sounds like it was very chaotic, so I get what you mean. Can you tell me a bit about the charity that you picked today?
Yeah, I picked a charity that is incredibly personal. I'm playing for Hebseba Children's Association, and this is a really, really big day in my life and my fiance Katie's life. We, about an hour and a half ago, just graduated our foster training. So we are now just waiting on one more house check, and we will be approved to begin fostering children. So
that's fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah, so Hebseba is our foster agency, and they have two main missions. First, they have a group home, and in the group home, they've got kind of two main things they do. One, they've got a diagnostic center where they bring in children, usually between the age of 3 to 12 or so, and help assess what needs they have as they come out of a traumatic environment. And depending on their assessment, they'll either stay long-term in like a long-term residence, or they'll move into the foster program where we would be getting our children from. So we'll be working with Hebseba to find children that have undergone a lot of trauma in their life. And we just went through a whole bunch of training about how to give them support and care, and ultimately either reunite them with their biological family or that we adopt and they become part of our family. But either way, the goal is to help that child reunite and get a stable home.
That sounds amazing. I'm really glad that you were able to pick them for a charity and hopefully get some good donations headed their way.
Yeah, absolutely. And the support that this community has put together has been so rewarding and inspiring. And I'm just really grateful to be a part of it and to have the opportunity to have some fun and raise some money for some fantastic causes.
Well, awesome. Okay, well, congrats on your selection, I guess, your chaotic selection. And I hope you have fun playing the game, and we'll all be excited to see how it turns out.
I'm really hoping that Karthik is right and Turkey is not dogpiled with the air.
Well, you enjoy, Brian. Have a good game.
Thanks.
So I failed to do my job earlier after Adam's interview and promote the charity. So in the description below, which I've hoped that you have subscribed to and like this video, in the description below, there's links to the GoFundMe, which are collaborating for all of the charities. Adam's, which I missed last time, was the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. And Brian's, which I mispronounced on the kickoff show, is the Hebseba Children's Association. So we are thankful for those and for the other ones we're going to hear coming up. I've noticed a lot of donations that have come in since the start. We're getting closer to our goal, which is fantastic. Even every little bit helps, which is great. This is Bryan Pravel, and Bryan has been known for one of the best bits of hair in the community. Ed.
Well, yeah, Zach leaked some facts to me. He's spelled in there, but obviously it's a play on the life of Bryan. But sadly, right now it seems to be prescient with the death of Bryan. But I didn't know that he was Alan Kalheimer's son. That's a new one to me.
He has been playing for nearly his whole life. I know his family. I think he's one of 7 kids, so he has been playing his whole life. And being treated like a little sibling right now. So is there any hope for him? We'll kill my prediction at all. Is there any hope for him?
There's no hope for him.
No hope for him. All right. Well, given that and my awful moving forward of the mouse here, there we go. All right.
Bye-bye, Brian.
Bye-bye, Brian. Anything else interesting in the East, Ed?
He's still alive.
He's in Bulgaria, but he has no units. So it's a bit of a problem. He'll be around in 04.
They better keep that there forever then.
No, look at that. He does have a unit. Smyrna did retreat to Armenia, so Brian lives.
Okay, Brian lives.
Now, this would be the comeback story. Let's get him.
Be a comeback.
All right, so more dynamic play with almost all black arrows. Russ, what do you think about the developments of another changing Western play?
Yeah, I would have liked to seen Doug move into the med there, and unless he's just waiting to get Adam to move out of position to come up behind him. I think that was a good moment there because you could have guaranteed Tunis, and you're going to be building again because you had a disbanded unit. So you could build in Marseille, whatever you wanted, and move it towards Italy. So, and you can get a few units, and then once you can maybe get David, get Germany moved a little more over, you have more units to grab. So, what it looks like to me is kind of, definitely Doug doesn't really want to go to the med, and he's going to wait for his opportunity. I like Adam's move. I think he did what he should have done in the spring, which was supporting the Skagerrak. And he's going to be able to get his other fleets in play. So he did what he needed, and I think David did what he needed to do too, get those units a little bit more set up to be able to use it, at least, put some pressure on Russia and maybe get Italy and Austria to move away. So I think it was all very, very good on their part.
Let me do my best, David Hood. And the Germans are in Silesia.
He must have watched Doug Moore's video on Germany, on legendary tactics. For anyone who is in the crowd has not seen those, Google that. There's been 3 great videos so far, and I can't make predictions because I know nothing about it. But if we're going to have an England one, hopefully they've contacted someone on this stream.
I just want to point out, David Hood. What do we hear over and over from David Hood about how self-bouncing should never, ever, ever happen? And what does he do? He self-bounces and it doesn't even work. Come on, David. We expect better play from you, buddy.
All right. Well, maybe they picked up that on the sidelines. Maybe he let it slip that he was going to do that in an effort to. Oops! Shoot! I just killed it. Get that back. But in an effort to upset you, Ed, he was going to self bounce. So, with the sideline report for 1903.
Okay, so here we are with the 1903 sideline report. In the spring, everything is about big, scary Doug. Almost all the talk is about Doug Moore and his position. Doug seems all in on his alliance with Adam, but David has a solid pitch to Adam about attacking Doug together in an EG. As we saw, that didn't quite work out. Meanwhile, Siobhan gets an assurance from Doug that Doug is not going to go south. But she seems pretty unsure about that and isn't sure whether he's going to go for Tunis or not. In the end, she decides not to cover Tunis. She says it's going to lose her too much momentum, something that Chris Brand seems very happy with as he wants to destroy Turkey as fast as possible. He also takes the opportunity to plug his legendary tactics video in which he talks about how you lose a lot of momentum as Italy if you turn around like that. Meanwhile, we do see Brian trying everything he can to survive in the East, channeling his inner Morgante in his own words. When all of his other negotiations don't work out, he makes a last-minute pitch to Siobhan, trying to get her to push her army up to Armenia and use it against the Russian. Interesting idea, but it's made with 1 minute left in the phase, and Siobhan just doesn't have the time to get the confirmation she needs from her allies that would work, so she doesn't go for it. In the fall, we don't really see as much interesting. We've got a lot of people locked into their alliance. People want to kill Bryan. In the north, everyone's sort of telling each other they're going to ally, but it seems like the EG is not the EG. The EF is sticking together. The real interesting thing here is about the east, where we see everyone agree that Bryan needs to die immediately, except suddenly Chris and Siobhan have an idea. How about we blow up all of the Turkish units, but we don't let Brandon get his second build in Bulgaria. We don't let him backfill, which he wants to do. We bounce him out. We keep the Turk alive in Bulgaria on 0 units and just let him live for the rest of the game there. It's an interesting strategy. They both seem to want to go for it. Chris actually goes to Brandon in his next negotiation. Brandon outright asks him, "Are you okay with me getting 2 builds here?" And Chris, I've got written down here, "I think Turkey dying here is a good thing." It's his response. He artfully dodges the question and then bounces Brandon out of Bulgaria. But as we see, Bryan manages to keep a unit on the board. We'll have to see how much he can do with that.
Wow. So clearly, Ed, your prediction of Brandon being the biggest liar, is it a lie if you dodge the question?
Well, Brand is the one who dodged that question, I think, from the thing. And what I like about Chris Brand is it reminds me of myself. In this sense, if you're going to quote somebody, always try and quote yourself. Apparently, he quoted himself to Siobhan. That's a power move.
Yeah, but he didn't give the full context either, because if you listen to the rest of his video, he talks a lot about how he enjoys attacking Austria, as Italy. So he didn't tell Siobhan that part of it.
Well, I love the Chris Brand position here. He can take Bulgaria when he wants. He's got a useful guy with Bryan right now. I really like what Brand's doing here. I mean, Brand is doing.
So based on, we haven't done any predictions of builds in the first 2 years. What you already talked about possibly Fleet Marseille. That the plan over there didn't change. I think the most interesting build right now is the Italian. What do you build as the Italian, Russ?
Well, you're at a point, right? You have to make some decisions, and I mean, it seems like from those sideline interviews that her and Chris are working really close together. I mean, they're setting up bounces and things like this. So, I mean, I would think in this setting, you probably just have to build Fleet Naples, right? Because Army Venice isn't going to do much more. And as far as like on France, like to me, the fact that he wasn't willing to move on Siobhan there this last year, I think to me shows that he's going to be focusing in on his side of the board, because that was a great time to go do it.
Yeah, well, so here you got your Fleet Naples correct. Army Vienna and Fleet Brest. So maybe the attack on Adam comes back into play. Is that the? I see some comments in the side. Doug playing it very slowly. Is this his chance to say, "Okay, I've got time. I got to move now"?
It's tough because, like, I think Doug not being decisive to go into the med is boxing himself in, and because David can't really help him out a lot against Adam, and it's almost like a Mexican standoff right now between those three, where they're all kind of pointed at each other, and I mean, I kind of like Doug's, I should say David's chances with the way this is set up, but it's kind of a mess right now. There's not any real straight direction of what any of them are going to do, because everyone needs to attack each other really to grow.
I think Adam's got a good pitch here, right? Because Adam has Denmark theoretically under threat, even though he's got to worry about Doug. Doug's got a huge army advantage now.
He can take Sweden. There's nothing that can stop him from taking Sweden.
Right. Correct. He can take the world is his oyster in many ways. So I think maybe the key here is whether David continues to play him off of each other and what he'll do with those armies.
Well, and he can convoy to Denmark too. That may be the move. Just convoy straight into Denmark, take that, and then you take Sweden in the next year. But the question is Doug going to come up behind him then to try to keep some equality there? Which to me, I think that's the move. I think what we're going to see is Doug move behind him. I think we're going to see Adam just go for it with David, and then David's going to see what happens next.
And that fleet build, fleet breast maybe was the tip off. If diplomatically he couldn't get away with building Fleet Marseille and telling Siobhan, oh look, I'm still on your side. But you were right with the move north. But Adam clearly sees it, and I think the convoy to Denmark wouldn't have worked if this set of moves happened because Sweden cuts the support on it. So
Sweden
defense.
If you wanted to guarantee it, yeah.
So the West. So a little bit about the West thinking. Is it still just kind of sitting around waiting for something to happen?
Well, I mean, he can get. Oh, and he didn't move an army back at all to be able to convoy from the Mid-Atlantic. So he can't make a convoy. Well, wait. He could go all the way around, right? He could do Picardy from England to Mid-Atlantic to North Atlantic and then get it in.
Yeah.
He'd have to do it that way. And that'll be interesting. That's kind of some fun. I mean, you can get it into Clyde no matter what. But then the question becomes, does David just push into Burgundy? Because like I said, for Doug to grow, he has to attack England. For David to grow, he really needs to attack France. And for Adam to grow, he has to attack David. So it's all kind of a mess on that, but exciting to watch.
So Ed, with the West kind of fluttering around, the East had some action. Maybe a budding wintergreen.
Just a little few things, right? Russia and Italy have decided to make their move on Chris, with Siobhan supporting Ankara into Constantinople. Chris must have known something was going on with the move to Galicia and going back to Bulgaria. Technically, he didn't own Bulgaria in the first place, but he's moving there. But Siobhan's sneaking into Trieste and moving to Apulia and going back to the Ionian is sort of all you need to know, that it's going to be the wintergreen is coming for Brand. They can read a board as well as anybody.
So with Chris under a little pressure here, maybe we'll get Chris.
So why didn't Chris's support go through to Bulgaria?
I think it did. I expanded the board. It looked like it went through.
It was a 2-on-2 bounce. Romania supported Armenia to Bulgaria through Black Sea, and Serbia supported Khan to Bull. So it was a 2.
Yeah. Oh, Khan got destroyed. I thought he took.
What is Greece supporting? Because that should be 3-2, right?
Good question. Khan to Bull. That is a good question. So why didn't it?
Did he not move?
I don't see an order. No, there's a bounce though. So Khan did that. That is interesting. Maybe someone in the comments, or Aegean supports Armable.
Nothing got cut.
Oh yeah, there it is. Thank you. Yep, Aegean also supported Armable, so 3v3.
Okay, well, that's some really good coordination to block everything.
Yeah, so the gang up on Bryan turned into a gang up on Chris there. Huh. All right. Well, then let's. If Chris
went through, I'm sorry, I didn't see the X, so I apologize. It's easier said than done, listeners.
Yep, Khan got blown up. So
it looked like he was doing Ankara. Aegean was supporting Ankara over, but it wasn't.
It was doing Ankara went in with Smyrna. Yeah, Ankara went in with Smyrna support, which was guaranteed, given everything else. And then the 3-on-3 bounce using three different colors in that order too. So
You know what would have been nice is if they had got Armenia to go up to Sevastopol and put him in there.
That was going to be the selfish question is, if you're Bryan and you're playing selfishly at this point, he couldn't have held it in the fall. So, but he retreats to Moscow maybe, and he's still alive.
Yeah.
Maybe they put him in there. Maybe they convoy him again this time and it'll work this time because of the units. So, and with France moving north, Siobhan doesn't have to worry about turning around following Chris Brand's strategy. So maybe she did watch that video in the meantime. But let's hear from Chris. And we're here with former world champion Chris Brand. Chris was voted 6th by the voters, by the viewers. We had that wrong in the intro. So he had his hopes up that he might have been able to move up, but fell to 6th. However,
I don't know about that. Actually, it was kind of terrifying choosing earlier because I've never done that before. I'm used to picking 6th or 7th and just not having a lot of choice. So that's fine.
and you won the world championship picking.
I don't remember actually.
That's something I'll have to fact check for the broadcast. But I think it was 6th. I think Peter Jurgen was 7th on that one.
I think that sounds right. Yes.
Yeah. So 6th might be good luck for your charity. So what is it we have you playing for?
For Covenant House Vancouver. So they basically look after homeless youth and also people who've aged out of foster care up to like the age of 24. Because apparently the system in Canada, at least, if you're in foster care, when you get to 18 or whatever, it's basically, okay, now you're on your own, you're good. So they try and make that a little easier for people, as well as they do sort of street outreach for kids who are on the street, and they have a shelter for homeless kids as well.
Awesome.
So my wife was actually homeless when she was a teen and preteen, so it's something that's quite. Some of the stories really make me feel that helping kids out who are in that kind of situation is a really important thing.
Oh, well, then that's fantastic, and especially with a personal touch too, will be good. So, is it going to make it any easier that as 6th you chose Austria over France? How's that gonna lead to your play today?
Well, I think there were sort of two factors in my mind there when I was expected to have Austria and Turkey, to be honest, because usually those are the two that are sort of the last two to pick. In my experience, anyway. Austria and France was a little different. Having Doug as last meant that I was guaranteed not to be on the same side of the board as Doug, so that wasn't a factor. Having David Hood on the other side of the board was a consideration. That's definitely interesting. But the other thing is, France picking last is kind of funny. I've been left with France, so that was definitely a factor. Entertainment value,
Yeah, we as DBN we appreciate the entertainment value that went into your choice. We're making an impact in all ways of diplomacy.
I think it's probably fair to say that I'm more comfortable playing the Eastern powers than the Western powers as well. So, but having Doug and David in the West together, that should be a good setup for the board, I think.
Oh, that's awesome, and we are looking forward to seeing this game today of great stars and people we've gotten to know a little better over the year. And of course, as you mentioned, we definitely playing well for Covenant House. We'll be rooting for you today and hope to chat with you at the end when I can come up with a big one of those fake checks to hand you at the end for a nice win. But the nice part, everyone will get some too. So we'll try and raise as much money as we can. So Chris,
it's really good to see the amount of money that's on the table. Thanks to everyone out there for your donations and everything. Much appreciated.
No, we enjoy it. So again, Chris, best of luck, and we'll see you on the board.
Thank you.
Well, we all thought everyone wanted to stay away from David, maybe, but Bryan in the last one said he wanted to be by David, and Chris chose to be away from Doug. Maybe regretting that choice now.
Hi, Mary, love you.
Ed has love from everywhere. So what do you think? Other than his dashing style here, what's been Chris's fatal flaw up until this point?
Trusting Siobhan. You can't trust Brandon. You can trust Brandon to be Brandon, but you can't trust him. But I think that he put too much trust in Siobhan. That was a killer.
So Chris, as you heard, playing for the Covenant House. Very personal story. The same with Bryan's, and we're looking forward to that. I think he's made mention here or there to that, and he's very excited. And we'll again thank everyone for their donations. I haven't done a refresh on it yet because I lose some of my notes, and I don't want to do that. We're having a good time, and we'll get back to the game. So we have the orders. I think I got refreshed out of here. It's a grind in the West and interesting in the East. Does quick question going into it? Does Bryan make the stab for Sev?
I think they might backfill him in Ankara.
They let him live. Yep.
I wonder. Oh well.
Yep. Or wonder away. Pretend like you don't see it.
Exactly everything that happened in the West is what I predicted would happen. So now he goes south, and he's going to get Tunis, and he grabbed Belgium. So he's going to be able to get a build. So that's exciting, and so Adam believed him enough to go for where the builds are for him, which is David, and so he takes Sweden, which I think is the right play there. And that's really good. It's good to see. I think this is good for Adam, and I think it's good for Doug too, and David not so much.
By the way, Anderson owes Doug's charity $100.
There it is. Thank you for remembering that. So Doug's, who we'll get to in the interview, the Oregon. I kept saying Oregon earlier, like in my Midwest roots, but the Oregon Food Bank will be looking forward to that donation. Thanks, Ed. So who is Bryan donating after he's got two supports from Brandon? The Weasels stick together. No, maybe. No, we'll see.
I mean, Brandon's just there. He's hanging. Bryan's just hanging on right now.
Yeah,
he'll just do whatever. I mean, I think I prefer to be in Sevastopol than Bulgaria personally, but it's bad news either way for Bryan. And the rest of the East, Brand made the best of what he could. I mean, he got Trieste back, but he loses Greece, which in that scenario is probably the most likely one. He's still got a disband. Question here is, what does he disband? He's got all those Russian armies. He's got the Italian people on the lines. Series of bad decisions for Chris. Siobhan gets a fleet. I'm going to guess she's got to build a fleet with the emerging French threat in Tunis, and then I'll let Russ talk about the West.
Oh, as far as what builds to do?
Yeah, what do you think for Adam? Seems to be the most consistent builder, even though we thought he was under pressure from the very beginning.
Yeah, I think what I mean, you got to build an army as France there, and probably I guess you have to do Marseille, right? Build an army in Marseille, and then as far as for England, I mean, you want to start getting armies, right? If you're going to win, you got to start getting some armies out there, but he has one there on the continent already. So I would guess if in this situation, I would just go ahead and build a fleet and then just go all in, because you're going to want to have some defense, I think, against Doug too. So just keep pushing everything there. And then after that, you just need to build all armies and get your things in position. But yeah, I'd probably just do that because it's going to be more useful long term, or in the short term, and then in the long term, you do your armies. And as far as with David, well, I guess, if you're going to disband, you probably just want to disband Burgundy, right?
I don't know. I mean, I think he might disband a fleet. He's got the armies to push Doug. No.
He'll fall quick if if Baltic doesn't have some kind of defense, right?
Yeah, Denmark is gone if he pulls Baltic. So
I think he just does Burgundy, or that, or Munich. I wanted the two.
Well, it depends on who he's going to work with.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's some side. So we've got a sideline report from this year, and then we'll get the last predictions from Russ, and we'll send him on his way.
Hi everyone, Karthik coming to you with news from the sideline from 1904. In the spring, Adam is not happy about Doug's build of the fleet in Brest. Though Adam doesn't know it, Doug spends the early parts of the spring telling David in no uncertain terms that the fleet is going north, and then spends almost all the rest of the phase, though, trying to convince Adam that A, he's not attacking him, saying the build was a mistake and that he's playing badly, and B, saying that the fleet will go south. Adam correctly seems doubtful and is very much unconvinced. In the east, Brandon presses hard for Siobhan to stab Chris. She's hesitant at first, but eventually agrees. Siobhan suggests convoying Armenia to Bulgaria, and Bryan gets on board with this idea. Chris seems all in on the AI and thinks Bryan is going to Sebastopol until the very last minute, when Bryan tells Chris about everything. But there's not enough time diplomatically for Chris to do anything about it. In the fall, we see the winter gleam solidify as Brandon and Siobhan fully commit to working together. Chris tries talking to everyone in the east to see if he can flip Bryan, Brandon, or Siobhan, but he seems to be getting none of them to bite on his offers. Important note, Bryan telling Chris earlier that he's going to Bulgaria reveals enough about the tactics to let Chris put up a decent defense. David tries to get Doug to convoy to Clyde, but Doug refuses. David tries to then get clear commitments to particular moves north from Doug, but can't seem to get him pinned down there either. Doug, on the other hand, throws everything but the kitchen sink in trying to get Adam not to top the English Channel, and does so successfully with the good old line, "You're going to see what I'm doing in 30 seconds, Adam, and you're going to like it." When asked about Bryan's survival on one center, his only comment for the stream was, "I blame years of playing under draw size scoring that rewards one center survival heavily." Back to you guys in the studio.
Oops. Slow on the buttons there. Well, dynamic.
Nice.
There's more to it. There's a lot. It seems almost too well coordinated in the East, but a lot of last minute changes.
Karthik is a natural. He's definitely a second season star, but Karthik, they do make a burnt orange blazer. The failure to wear any Longhorn gear is very upsetting, especially at a night when UT plays in the tournament.
Yeah, I haven't done my job of keeping up with the scores. That'll be during the next video break. I'll pull up that website to share. So, and then the West Russ, Doug admitting he's playing poorly and flips again. Is he just staying alive because he knows England and Germany just can't get it together?
Well, I mean, I think he's kind of slow playing a little bit is what I think pretty clearly is what it seems, going up to the North Atlantic, kind of going back, kind of slowly taking his spots. But I mean, the most straightforward way for in the West to grow is really with Adam. And so I think long-term, both Adam and Siobhan have the best, maybe long-term growth right now. And I would probably give it maybe to Adam that he has the best chance of topping right now.
Oh, I'm still on the Brandon Fogel train, as much as I hate to admit it. But I love the Russian position here, and I think especially depending on what Adam does, I wouldn't be surprised to see an Army Moscow here. It's going to be tough.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Brandon's got a good spot.
All right. Well, we got some predictions, and since Siobhan's name was thrown out there, but not given the lean, you went with England because, well, because of England. So we thank you. Congrats on a great season. I haven't heard any plugs for some publication that you two guys may do.
It's just him.
You just help on the side?
Well,
not at all.
Well, the diplomacy briefing is a weekly update for everything that's going on in the diplomacy community. So every Friday it goes out. It talks about all the tournaments that are coming up. It has a strategy article every single issue. It's free, and so you can go to diplomacybriefing.com and sign up for that there. We have about a little over 750 followers and subscribers right now. And so appreciate the support that the community has. And then I guess also Ed and I, we do a podcast video, but it's on all of the games that we play when we do a game. And so you can go to that on YouTube or thediplomats.net. He does all the work for that. I just come in and talk, but he does all the rest of the work. But we do it together and enjoy being able to talk about our games.
Well, I'm a subscriber to both. I call them publications, but video, media, all of that. The stuff that's sprung out from this year has been fantastic, and we've enjoyed following it. Thank you for coming on tonight, Russ. Kept you up a little later, but we'll say goodbye to the England specialist. And since Siobhan got no love, I think that someone who might have played Italy pretty well in the last month or so might give some perspective on maybe Italy has a good chance. So let's welcome in the DBNI initial champion, Peter McNamara. Welcome,
the world
Peter.
champion in TI 83 himself is now on. We're really
Hello, thank you very much.
We were going to try and edit his video and just have the calculator on the screen, but Peter deserves plenty of FaceTime after the fantastic performances over the last month. So we're glad to have you on. Let's get right to the builds. We'll get some predictions as it goes along, but let's see if I can properly do this. We've got the army in Marseille, just like Russ had thought. Another fleet from England and fleet Naples. So fearing maybe Doug was coming around south with more. What do you? And an Army Sev. So even if Bryan did sneak in, it would have been Army Moscow, and he would have been done. So what do we think about the chance? Who as you come onto the stream, Peter? How's the board looking, and what should we see in this next year?
This board's been a bit of a mess, and there are quite a few players who have a chance. But I do like the look of the English position and the Russian position from here, and it's probably between one of those two. They're the favorites right now.
All right, well then, getting started right into it. Then we will get started. So Ed, we will flip you back to the west, and Peter will have you in the east. The west has all black arrows. So Ed, let's start with you in the west.
All right, so Adam makes his decision that he's going to continue on going anti-Doug. David takes Belgium, so this is now he's retaken Belgium. I don't know if Eddie owes another $100 now to David's charity. Doug is obviously was worried about the army in Burgundy by making those moves, and Adam has committed north. So I think we've seen, after everything, an EF with David trying to hang on here to a situation by taking Belgium.
And Peter, we got the East. What lot of bounces. Brandon feeling a little comfortable, being able to move a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like the main story here is that it's just pylon Chris Brand time. Siobhan takes Trieste, Brandon takes Galicia. They try to take Serbia, but that doesn't work because Chris defends correctly. Siobhan also down in the south is a bit unsure as to what Doug is doing. She covers Tunis in a sort of half-hearted way, making sure she stays in the Ionian. So it's a little bit unclear what's going to happen there. And Brandon moves an interesting piece. Sevastopol to Moscow, a little quiet move just to be next to St. Petersburg. I wonder if he's got some dreams of taking his home center back.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Norway's still there. That'll at least mess up. But Norway will be a free unit, though, because, I guess not. There's still chance on Sweden, so maybe it won't be free. It'll be interesting to see what that guess is. So we got all right. So we're through the spring. We're supposed to see another player interview. We've gotten through the challenged players. Let's go with David.
I was about to say David Hood.
Good. That's we're thinking same page here. So David,
Hi, David. How are you doing?
Hey, Karthik, I'm doing great. How are you doing, man?
Doing well. Thanks for joining. So
Sure.
I heard you ended up getting the first pick. How happy were you to get that?
I did get the first pick, and I was somewhat indifferent to it, which is why I literally turned around on screen, put 7 fleets and 1 of each color in the box, picked it out old school, and just randomly picked out Germany, and that's why I'm playing Germany. So that's what I used the first pick for, was to randomly pick a fleet out of a box.
Nice. Nothing better than trusting Lady Luck with such a big decision.
Well, that, in my opinion, it's not that big of a decision. That's kind of the point I'm making. As much fun as the Paris method can be, and the drama of it is fun for a lot of folks, it shouldn't make that much difference which power you play. They all have strengths and weaknesses, and you just got to roll with the punches.
Makes sense. Were you happy to get Germany out of the box? And how do you feel about being next to Adam in England and Doug in France?
I do enjoy playing Germany a lot, so that was a perfectly fine choice. I've played a lot of games with Doug and a lot of games with Adam. And I've even played with Brandon, who's playing Russia before. So, this is going to be 3 people in the West who've all played each other a lot. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic. I hope to not be the odd man out. My usual strategy is not to fight with the Russians over Sweden. So unless something changes, that's the way that's going to go. But we'll see.
Okay, nice. Do you have any inclinations as to who would be easier for you to work with between Adam and Doug?
Probably a slight edge to working with Doug, but honestly, I have worked with both of them and fought both of them many times. It's it's sort of like asking, I don't know if you want to ask the Green Bay Packers how much they want to play the Chicago Bears, because they're going to say every time I'm going to smush them. That's not what I'm going to say about Adam and Doug. They're both joys to play with, so we'll see what happens.
Makes sense. How confident are you that you will be the top power in the West?
I am always confident, because you should always go into diplomacy confident, but I'm not that confident.
Some good players on the other two. So.
Oh, yeah. I feel like Doug and Adam and Brandon have moved pieces around enough to know what's going on.
Definitely. So with the diplomacy strategy out of the way, can you tell the viewers what charity you chose and why you chose it?
American Cancer Society, which from 1913 has been educating, advocating, and funding research to deal with the scourge of cancer, which I think the statistics are 1 out of 3 people are going to get diagnosed with cancer at some point. So it's obviously a charity that means a lot to a lot of people. In my case, my wife has had cancer. Her mother has had cancer. 2 of her aunts have had cancer. A grandmother has had cancer on her side. So there is a lot of history, particularly on my wife's side of the family, with cancer. And I think that the organizations like the American Cancer Society play an invaluable role. Back in the early days when it first started, one of the main things the American Cancer Society was for was to get rid of the stigma. People wouldn't admit they got cancer because it was seen as a bad thing, some kind of reflection on you if you got cancer. And so the educational aspect of this and the support system aspect of the American Cancer Society is particularly important, I think, in the history of the organization.
No, that's a great message and a great charity. I'm really happy that you chose it, and I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think if you would win, that's a great place for charity money to go to.
I agree. Although I will say I really like everyone else's charities as well. I'm a big supporter of the Trevor Project, for example. I think that's spectacular. The Girls Who Code, all of them. The Food Bank, just some really good choices.
Agreed. All 7 charities are absolutely fantastic, and we should definitely donate as much as people can to them. So with that out of the way, do you have any parting words for the viewers?
Well, I will say there may be some things in this game that you should emulate because they're fun. And this game's going to be nuts because these are people that know each other. We're all going to probably do some screwy stuff. And so I will put the warning on there. You might not want to try some of this at home.
Very, very true. This should only be tried by experts. This is going to be some zany stuff.
Probably so.
Thank you so much.
All right, man.
So I made a comment about Adam's confidence coming in, and David echoed those comments, but then kind of walked it back a little bit. So there's obviously the caliber of players on the board is for certain, but even coming in and only playing for charity, maybe the pressure is the charity, not the top players.
Maybe so. One thing is, David, your contractor put an air conditioning vent right next to the fan in the ceiling. There needs to be a discussion about that. Although Peter down under may not understand the need for a fan and air conditioning, but it's critical in the south of the United States, but not that way, my friend.
No, I don't understand that need.
So he's, of course, playing for the American Cancer Society. That's definitely a very well-known charity. Again, you could find the link to that in the GoFundMe down in the description below. I'm sure that you have already subscribed and liked this video already. I don't need to repeat that every time. I think I will, but I don't need to. Ed's Facts, Knave Dave. Right? Is that living up to the bill, or does he need to really sharpen that knife?
He's trying. I mean, he's been under pressure. He's been trying to he's a little more aggressive version than Doug in this game, right? Doug's gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Well, we will see where they get to. We've gotten through the spring. The pressure still is on Chris. Dave maybe getting Belgium back. There's a lot of pressure on him, a lot of units. Well, all right, the gamble and the guess for this time. Do Adam and Doug work together? Are they gonna finally get the Leviathan going?
They're going to be on and off all game. That's the way this thing's going to play out. There's not going to be a Care Bear alliance between those two.
Ed, any love? You're the Alliance player?
I think they'll work together this season. I think they're going to go for Belgium.
All right, and you were correct there. But Adam doesn't get anything out of it though. So is this a win for Doug, Ed?
Well, I mean, it's a win for both, right? In a sense. I mean, Belgium going to France is fine. You didn't want Doug to have a disband. So, I mean, Doug's still flat. Adam, I guess, could have, sacrificed the importance of Belgium over taking Denmark. I think that's a reasonable choice. And he bounced Brandon and St. Petersburg. I mean, I don't think Adam did anything here poorly, given the situation.
Yeah, I don't think he did too much, but at this point, 6-6. This will put Doug in the lead, getting a lead. Peter in a top board type style, where you want to get that lead and ride it out. Can it be overcome? Do you want to have that lead and have the insurance?
6 is not much of a lead. People get up to 6 all the time, so no one's really stood out yet.
Yeah. But
I think Brandon's going to be on 7 though after this turn, because he's picking up Bulgaria here to actually jump into the lead.
Yep. And
Peter, what do you think about the move to the North Coast as opposed to Mid-Atlantic?
That's a weird move. You don't want to be in the North Coast. You never want to be in the North Coast. You never want to be in Skagerrak. Doug Moore, are you a beginner? What's going on?
I couldn't have said it better myself. That is proof positive Doug Moore doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, that's why he's a commentator and not a player. I think the tagline for our show is those who can play, those who can't commentate. So he's proving why he's worth more in the booth than on the board.
He's trying to prove that he's a has-been who belongs in the commentary box just to suck us all in. But he knows how to play.
He absolutely does. So the biggest change, obviously, is Chris is slowly walking the line. Siobhan picks up another one, and like you said, Brandon picks up one too. So 7-7, 6-6.
With the move to Livonia, it's going to be putting some pressure on Adam now.
Yeah, so we'll see. All right, so before we, all right, let's actually, I think since we skipped a little build analysis, so at this point, so who gets the final centers out of Austria then? Is Russia getting the lion stakes? Is Siobhan so far out of position, or is Siobhan going to get the Turkish dots in exchange for Brandon taking most of the Balkans?
They probably get one each, and then they kick the can down the road and work out what happens a year later.
No. Is the build in Warsaw or Sevastopol?
I think Warsaw.
Warsaw.
Yeah, I think Warsaw.
And then David rebuilds. He doesn't build, but he rebuilds from the PIF from Belgium. So army goes off, army goes on. And Siobhan, she needs an army Venice.
No choice.
All right. Well, let's see if we can learn any of the details behind our predictions in the next sideline report. So we'll have one from Marcus staying up late night across the pond.
Well, actually not a ton going on this phase. Spring is probably the more interesting of the two. Everything's really coming up Adam in the north. As you can see, David is in Burgundy, and that's problematic for Doug, but it's not actually helping David out very much because both Siobhan and Adam are pretty happy to just leave Doug alone, knowing that his growth is being slowed. Doug did try to convince David not to attack him any further, to just pull back a bit, but David really wasn't having any of it, and when David outright said, the only way this could happen would be for you to rotate your fleets around, start moving against England, Doug was not willing to commit at all. In the East, surprisingly little going on. Chris not talking to anyone, really. He seems resigned to playing the tactical game right now. When we go into the fall, that continues to be the theme. No one really talking outside of their alliances, at least to begin with. We had Doug and Adam having a long discussion at the start of the phase, same with Brandon and Siobhan, and neither alliance seems particularly likely to crack anytime soon. The only real thing that's being thrown into the mix here is that Brandon is getting ready to go north and start contesting St. Petersburg potentially. As Chris and David don't really seem to be doing very much for most of the phase. At the very end, Doug starts talking to Chris about tactics. They start discussing potential options on Munich. But at the end of the day, Doug just convinces Chris, Chris outright says he's going to not go for Munich and let Doug take the shot there. Doug takes that shot, doesn't really work out. Maybe the interesting quote of the phase, after the moves go through, Brian's still sitting there on the table on 1 SC, says, "My favorite diplomacy player right now is Nicolas Sauge. I'm trying to summon my not today," which was, of course, his famous quote from the DBNI finals. And Brian's hanging in there for his charity. He might be able to come out on top. We don't know. Just as a reminder to everyone, this is a charity stream. Go ahead and donate and raise that bar. Make it worth Brian's while to hang on like this for hours and hours and hours. Thank you.
Well, Marcus did a great job making me not have to talk about the charity, but I do, as I was watching the video and hitting refresh. In true diplomacy style, our goal seems to have increased because of the generous donations so far. We hit our original goal, which is great, and again, we thank you for all this. But someone must have been working on the backside to make it look like we're still striving. So for anyone who hasn't donated yet, or anyone who is watching this on a replay tomorrow while you're working out on your exercise bike or whatever you're doing, click the link below, and we'll thank these guys guys and gal for having a good game. So
I would like to give credit to Marcus for buying a headset that matches his hairstyle. That was fantastic. But also kind of putting a little pressure on Brian. He's really going to let down fostered children if he doesn't survive now.
Not today, Ed. Not today. So, kind of the sideline report was similar to what we've been watching on the board. It's a flip, a flop, a flip, a flop. Let's see if anything comes from the builds. Well, we got you guys were correct in Warsaw, correct with the Army build, and correct in Venice. So all right, so we made it in Army Budapest instead of all right. So puts the pressure on Siobhan. And Bohemia as well. Sorry, puts the pressure on Siobhan. Says, "Hey, you guys can walk in behind me. I'm mad at you." What's the dynamic then? If Brandon sees Serbia and Budapest as free takings, maybe did Chris buy himself some not today as well?
Chris might be wishing that he had talked Doug into going into Munich last turn, because that's probably where he's going to hang out, if he's going to hang out for a while in this game, the way it's playing. He's trying to get Brandon to do something exciting. I don't know what Brandon's going to do. It's a strong Italy-Russian alliance. They could do anything. They can beat EF from here.
We'll see what they're doing. There's been only the Austrian units. Oh, I take that. Venice did go to Tyrolia to bump up on Munich, but Siobhan's back home. So we'll see if there's any play to the line. So we've got spring of 06. And wow, the East, other than a self bounce, we've got all black arrows again. And Serbia it is all right. So we'll make an end of game prediction. Turkey and Munich. Is that what we're going to see?
It won't be end of game. He can do it in 07.
Yeah. We'll see if he gets there. All right. So, Peter, with all the black arrows, just to keep a rolling of the wintergreen?
This is just keep rolling. Everything's agreed. Everyone's working together. Even Chris is working with them, I think, now, going to Tyrolia and Bohemia. I'm not really sure why Warsaw's in Silesia. I don't know if they want to try and kill Germany right now. If they want to get through, they need Siobhan's fleets to attack Doug. But that is not happening. I don't think Siobhan wants to move west. So that will be something to keep an eye on.
And if Doug wanted to put any pressure, Ed, I mean, taking the gamble for Tunis. If I don't know, do you think if you're Doug, you think Siobhan's going to leave Tunis without two touching it at this point, or is that just we're going to bounce here, we're just going to keep apart?
I think that was arranged, and of course you see the sad little fleet move to Portugal now. I think Doug is probably looking for an opportunity to turn on Adam. If he can, but as Peter said, it's very dynamic. So we'll see. He and Siobhan have played very nice in that sandbox, much like TI-83 and Rust did for a while as France and Italy and DBI.
We modeled that. We learned. We like watching it. So well, let's hear from Doug then, since. See how committal he was in the interview, if he had any strong plays from the start, or just was gonna. Hey, he was 7th. He figured he had only room to go was up. So, see what Doug has to say.
Hi, Doug. I'm so happy you're here. Coming off that selection, how do you feel?
I feel great, Corey. Picking last is great. I don't care where I pick in this. Just give me a country and I'll go play.
Oh, really? Okay, so you were really just, I don't care who it is, I'm going to do well regardless.
Yeah, I think that actually picking 7th is kind of nice, because then you don't have to think about anything else. You just wait and see what falls your way. Would not have expected France to fall to me, but hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, some of the other players are saying it was very chaotic. Would you agree with that statement?
It was very chaotic. I love the fact that David Hood randomly selected his power out of the diplomacy box. That I approve.
That sounds fantastic. I wish I had heard that happen. So can you tell me a bit about your charity?
Sure, I'd be happy to. My charity today is the Oregon Food Bank, and I'm very excited to help out there. Like a lot of places, Oregon faces a lot of food insecurity for people throughout the country, or for our state. 1 in 9 Oregonians faces food insecurity, and almost 200,000 kids in the state are in a situation where they're going hungry or they could go hungry. So the Oregon Food Bank does a really good job of serving families in need of food and making sure that their families don't starve and aren't, having poor nutrition as a consequence.
It sounds like a great charity. I was born in Oregon, so certainly I'm happy that there's some support for my home state. Well, Doug, it sounds like you had an interesting power selection, and I look forward to seeing how it goes on the board.
It'll be fun.
All right.
So Doug taking the relaxed role. He kind of just lets the play come to him. Had France fall to 7th, which probably has never happened in a Paris method before, but rolling with the punches, right? Ed, where so the logician, maybe Ringer, is that what the pool photo is?
Okay, it's not a okay. Yes, it's a pool photo, but that's a real movie star. That's Mr. Paul Newman to you in his greatest role, the Hustler. Okay, I think Doug can talk him out of any situation, and he got France, which is I know he's a German specialist. He's probably specialist at any country like Peter, but his play, as Brandon would say, has been passive this game, but it's got a lot of options now. And one thing people like Peter have taught me is having options in diplomacy is the way to play it.
Yeah, Ed said that Doug is the best German player and also the best French player and also the best English player and also the best Italian player, etc. And I agree.
He has surely proven his results over the years. So we have to go back to the map. So let's get to where we are on the results. So here's where we're at. David's under some pressure. He's got units from the east and 3 French armies from the west. How many does he lose this year? Peter, is it going to be agreed on both sides of the board? Let's just split the center and send David home?
I don't think they're going to agree to that. Both sides will be trying to woo David. I'm not sure who's going to win, but Adam will probably still try and take Denmark no matter what.
Yeah, because that gets him to say, if Adam takes that and all else stays even at this point. Brandon's sitting in Budapest and in Serbia at this point.
And could be in Vienna as well if you really wanted to, but Siobhan is sitting in Constantinople as a counterweight.
So maybe that gets them 8-8, and even if Adam does take Denmark, the East is limiting the West. Does Bryan stay in Trieste for 1 year?
Yeah, I think that he'll have to stay in Trieste for a year, just so he doesn't die. But yeah, this is interesting what happens because David is highly relevant right now, especially with the East, with 3 armies there on Stalemate line, and I'm sure Doug would like to make the move against Adam when he can. Now I don't think is the right time. So I think there's going to be a lot of negotiations about the East-West dynamic, and I think David Hood has a lot of life right now.
Well, let's see. Let's see what they do.
I guess I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
We're all wrong. I didn't expect Burgundy supports Tyrolean in Munich here.
Well, so Chris stays alive. Bryan stays alive, not because he stayed in Tunis, or in Trieste, I'm sorry,
but because of Serbia.
Brandon walked right out and leaves Serbia alone. And Siobhan wow. All right, this is a picking on me for having to announce this game, right?
Chris Brand is the new Bryan.
They're both going to be on one center forever.
Right. Just until they're useless.
But interestingly, Brandon seemed to not be on board with Chris taking Munich because Silesia supported Munich here. And everything else Italy and Russia are agreeing with. But Chris Brand is not on their side. Chris Brand is on Doug Moore's team now.
Well, so I think Silesia did support it, right? Oh no, Bohemia, Bohemia cut it. Supported Munich, and they cut it. Huh. All right. Well, all right. So then, so David holds on to Denmark again. This is maybe this battle right here has been happening since 1903, maybe, and maybe that's David's goal now, is to make Adam never get that one center up north. But French fleets swinging to the south, so there's finally some play in the Mediterranean. Ed, what do we?
Well, I noticed that Siobhan moved to Bulgaria. I mean, she didn't. There was support ordered, I guess, depending on what Serbia would do. But I assume that's just for the build, Peter. Do you think that's right to help with the onslaught of the French fleets?
I think that's an agreed thing, to get 2 more builds down and then fight France. It doesn't make a lot of sense as a stab. It's the only thing. You'd only do it if you were like confident that, if it was agreed, or if you thought that Russia was absolutely stabbing you. But I can't imagine Brandon with his pretty shiny head ever, although Siobhan can't see it, in VFTF ever managing to not convince someone that he's on their side.
Right.
All right. I'm getting the next one queued up. We've got a sideline report maybe that will kind of help us out with that, and then we'll bring Peter back to make a final prediction, and we'll get on with the next one. So we've got a sideline report from 1906.
Hi everyone, Carter coming to you with news from the sideline from 1906. So in the spring, the Turks are marching on Munich. The Italy-Turkish-Russia agreement agrees to send that unit forward towards Trieste. In the north, David's talks with Adam seem to have broken down to the point where David just isn't talking to him anymore. David takes a hard line with Doug that he won't defend his eastern border, trying to get Doug to lay off. Chris decides now is the time to get back to negotiating and makes a strong pitch to Siobhan, pointing out that Brandon's north is blocked and him going into Germany will help the EF, so therefore he's going to have to stab her. And Chris says this is the last phase where Brandon will actually work with her. She doesn't really give him anything though. Doug tells Chris that his only survival chance is now setting up around Munich and going for it, which Chris seems to agree with. Everyone seems to be going for Munich right now. Important note to clarify for the watchers, it seems that the Constantinople trade was agreed upon, and Brandon and Siobhan this turn talk about pushing the Turkish unit into Tyrolia and leaving the center in Serbia Turkish. Brandon laughs at this and says he loves the idea. So we can see that the Russo-Italian agreement is very, very strong right now. In the fall, based on discussions in the fall, it seems that everyone has agreed there will be a World Congress convening in Munich, as every small power has set their design on Munich. Austria and Turkey are both convinced it will be their final dot, though based on conversations between Doug and Chris is guaranteed to get it this turn. Doug asks Siobhan if she and him are set to fight, and she just says, seems about that time. Doug tries to get her not to fight with him, arguing that it will lock the game up and that it will guarantee Adam or Brandon will win the game. She remains unfazed by this argument, and the wintergreen seems to hold strong, at least from the green end. Russia then gets pitched a similar argument from Doug, namely that if France and Italy lock up in the Med, England will basically take every Western center and they'll win with it. Brandon is very interested in keeping the game fluid, but tells him he isn't willing to attack Siobhan at the time either, meaning that the wintergreen stays strong from the winter end as well. Back to you guys in the studio.
So the play is fluid a little bit. It may seem slow to us, but the negotiations really are planning, maybe not for this year, but for a couple of years down the road. Peter, is that kind of lull everyone to sleep first?
Yeah, they're trying to set things up for whatever's going to happen next, and we don't know what's going to happen next. It will be interesting to see how this this Italian-Russian alliance actually ends up, because you can see it does look and see that Brandon has the upper edge. So if he gets stabby, watch out.
If you're playing this position as Italy, which you've been in a couple times in the last month, is the key. I think, like you said in your post-game interview, that Russia wasn't able to get the armies out far enough and kind of collapse back in. Is Siobhan in a little trouble here that Brandon is already Trieste Budapest with eyes maybe for more?
Siobhan is dependent on Russia here, and it's very tempting to build 2 fleets with a fleet in the Tyrrhenian Sea, but she needs another army.
We'll see what we get there. Ooh, sorry, go ahead.
She's got. I think she's going to fight a stalemate with Doug. I don't think that either side is really going to get through, because EF the collapse of the German position means EF's probably going to lock a line. They didn't get there fast enough, so she needs to be more wary about Brandon stabbing and make sure that Doug doesn't push.
So then I was going to go to the World Congress part, but let's do the prediction. All right. So if you are Siobhan, what do you build here?
Army Rome Fleet Naples.
All right. And Ed, so you heard about the World Congress. Only one of those powers can end up in Munich at the end of the game, likely. Who ends up there? And if you are Brandon, what are you building?
I think Brandon. Well, I think he's got a sort of a pivot point here. My guess is both sides. I mean, the Wintergreen and the EF hopefully are talking to each other to see if it's time to. Are we going to lock this down? Or are we going to have more play in our sector? And Brandon's not averse to that for the same reason that Peter said that Siobhan needs to build an army Rome. I wouldn't be surprised to see army in Sevastopol even from Brandon to see what happens. And then the Siobhan Doug thing, I mean, that can be disentangled pretty quickly if it needs to be. So we shall see. But I'm excited. One thing we've seen from the players so far is they're not afraid to make builds that don't seem the great from that disguise their next move. So let's see.
Peter, any chance here if you are playing France, Mid-Atlantic to Irish? Is there a stab here as France?
I don't think that's on the cards here because the Italians look like they're coming. One interesting thing is that Brandon could wave here and try to work out if he can get St. Pete open for a build, but that might just be too obvious.
All right. Well, we will see how these results pan out after you are back on the other side watching and commenting. I know you do a lot of the commenting in there too. We appreciate that. No producer tonight, so no, not as much highlighting on the screen. We'll do better. But thank you for joining us, Peter. And actually, I didn't. So who's the prediction to win at this point?
I'm going to put my money on Brandon.
All right. And Ed gets to stick with Brandon because
I'm sticking with Brandon. And Peter, I look forward to playing with you one day so you can eliminate me and I'll have a story.
Peter,
I look forward to playing with you, Ed, so that we can get a 17-17 draw and then we'll have a story.
Nobody will believe that you'll do that.
He's the machine. He can make anything work, Ed. So if that's what his program is for the day, that's what the result we'll get. So thank you, Peter. Appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you.
Oh, that was awesome. Peter has played some great diplomacy over the last his career. He has more titles in Chicago than I think every active player combined at this point. He won a Weasel Moot. He won a COD-Con. Peter is a fantastic player and a great guy as well. So Peter's used to rolling with the lead, or at least kind of wiggling his way around. Our next guest, he likes to back himself into a corner, both literally and figuratively.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so you may know where this is going, Ed. We've got the winner of the first virtual World Diplomacy Classic back in December, Morgante Pell. Welcome, Morgante.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Glad that you're here, and you in that game. Turkey, the online discussion of Turkey getting pounded really didn't even start until it was under, but I've heard more about it now. But when you watch those games, looking back, leading up to it, Turkey had some pressure. And so if you're giving advice to Bryan or Chris at this point, is there hope left, or is today?
I mean, I've been down to 1 center as Turkey and got up to 5 from that. So there's some hope. Maybe not from this position.
We don't talk about that game, Morgante.
Yeah.
No chances to build. So they'll be pirates. Although I guess you can't be pirates on land. Maybe you can be land pirates. So we'll see. All right. So we got the predictions: Army Rome, Fleet Naples. Ed, did you say Moscow or Sev? I know you mentioned both.
Sevastopol, but Peter may have convinced me Moscow's the way to go.
All right, so he's going Moscow, and we didn't get all right, so Morgante, what is David going to pull? I didn't get a prediction on that one.
What's David pulling here? I think David pulls Baltic probably. I think he's just got to give up on the fleet situation there.
Yeah, he finally is going to let Adam take Denmark. So, he pulled Denmark. So. Definitely giving up on the fleet position, but Adam will finally gain Denmark after a long, hard fight. So, all right. So since you're stepping in and the game is not coming to an end, but maybe a breaking point, you can't pick Brandon other than Brandon, who's the next likely at this point, given these adjustments.
If it's not Brandon, it would have to be Adam. I think Siobhan building 2 fleets there means Doug's just not going to get any room to do anything, but I don't think those fleets are really going to pay off for her. I think her gains are tapped out, and Brandon probably has Vienna and Serbia at some point. I expect those to go purple.
All right, so now the World Congress on Munich. Maybe Chris holds Munich and Bryan stays in Venice the rest of the game. Is that going to be the prediction? We'll find out. So, Morgante, since your recent victory was in Turkey, we'll keep you in the East, and Ed will keep you in the West for this one. Wow, lots of black, almost the whole board. Lots of fleet bounces in the West. What do you think, Ed? Any progress, even though Adam does not take Denmark right away?
He doesn't take Denmark. Clearly, the East and West issue is coming to the forefront, at least in my mind right now in the game, and that the West is working together as best they can, with Chris Brand now being, part of the West, but he's been destroyed. So, Chris, it was nice knowing you. I don't think Bryan's going to vacate Munich to keep you alive on 1. So I think we're seeing EF, work against the wintergreen, which I'm not really seeing what's happening over there. I can wait for Morgante, but it will be, we will see how this will shake out.
And dynamic. So to the East, is this the end for? Well, it's definitely the end for Chris because he's piffed and he cannot rebuild. So this is about the time to say goodbye. I had this trying to work out earlier, but I don't know if it's going to work. Let's see if we can get this to work. Chris gave us a valiant effort and picked Austria over France, and he will live to regret that the rest of his diplomacy career. So, but there is a little more action, a little more movement down in the East. Morgante, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, in the East, we see, as predicted, Brandon's taking that Serbia loan as he was going to have earlier, and is picking up Vienna, so more defensible position, more normal position in terms of where things are distributed, and clearly still on the same page between the wintergreen over there. They're still working together. Siobhan kicks France out, so she's not under any threat, but also probably not going to gain anything, as I said. And I think the thing that I would call attention to here, which is a little bit in the middle, but the fact that we have Turkey in Munich, and I think Turkey's going to hang out in Munich because Turkey's in Munich due to German assistance, right? So Turkey has found a pretty stable retirement home if Doug's or David's willing to allow that to continue to happen.
So actually, France did not help that in France.
David did, though. David.
Yeah. Germany did. So, I guess Munich wasn't German at the time, and so Turkish in Munich is better than
As you predicted, Kevin, in 07.
Yep.
We did.
Every single turn. Well, and Brandon did help out. So we're going to take one last question on that. With Budapest into Vienna and Vienna into Trieste, is that really solidifying Wintergreen, more defensible positions at home for Siobhan? This is is she going to king make him, or?
I think she's going to king make him because I still like his position more in the long run. But it also depends a little bit on do they want to drag this game out, or is it going to be something where they just accept who's in the current lead and we have an early draw?
Yeah.
But certainly she should be much happier in Trieste than in Vienna. That's a much easier center for her to hold on to.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see what Siobhan says about how to get to the end. We've got her interview coming up.
Okay, Siobhan, welcome to the DBN Broadcaster Brawl. I'm very excited that you're going to be a part of it, and thank you for all your work on DBN. First, tell us about your charity.
So the charity I chose to play for today is a charity that's very close to my heart. It's called Girls Who Code. And specifically, their goal is to close the gender gap in tech. So as many of you know, I'm from San Jose. It's the heart of Silicon Valley. We are surrounded by big tech companies. I work in a tech startup myself. My husband is a hiring manager in tech. And we talk about diversity in tech or the lack of diversity in tech a lot. And, the ways in which we can improve that as hiring managers, as people with influence at our companies and with other people that we know. And so Girls Who Code specifically aims to reach girls between the ages of 13 and 17, when most of them tend to drop out of STEM-related fields, which is science, technology, engineering, and math. And they create summer programs, online resources, all sorts of just resources and things that these girls can get into and get their hands on and get interested and stay in tech. And, they started this, I forget exactly when they started, but the statistics were in 1995, only 37% of computer scientists were women. And today, 25 years later, that number has dropped to 24%. So they are hoping to close the gender gap in the next decade to decade and a half. And I think it's just an amazing organization, and I love to support them any chance I get.
Fantastic. Well, as a father of a daughter who's interested in the hard sciences, it's glad that there's organizations about that. Maybe they can start a subsidiary one called Girls Who Play Diplomacy, and we can increase the diversity in the diplomacy world.
That would be fantastic.
All right. So what power did you select?
So I wound up deciding to take Italy.
Italy. And what did you go McNamara? Where did you draw?
I was third, I believe, if I recall correctly. I can't remember if Bryan Pravel and I chose right next to each other, and we were three and four. But I know for sure what happened is Mr. Hood chose first and decided to shake up a random box of pieces and choose one at random, and wound up in Germany. And after him, Brandon Fogel chose Russia, which just left me with a whole host of interesting decisions. I didn't really want to be in the West with David. We've made a lot of jokes leading up to this about, everyone's going to open up to the channel, and I didn't want to disappoint him if I didn't open to the channel as England or France. I didn't want to be Turkey to Brandon's Russia. And I didn't want to leave Italy around for Chris Brand to pick. He just came out with his legendary tactics, How to Win is Italy. I couldn't let that happen.
All right. Will you be drinking during the game?
I have a giant bottle of water next to me, and we'll see how the first 3 or 4 years go, and then I will make the decision whether or not I'm moving on to beer.
Okay. You seem like you have all the answers. The question is very easy. Do you?
Oh, no, absolutely not. This is all just BS.
It's just an act, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I have fooled you all into thinking that I'm good at this game. We'll see how that goes.
If you move to Tuscany, would that be a sign that you would just listen to me? That's a little signal. Ed, I hear you. I'm with you. I'm moving to Tuscany. I would suggest that as the opening.
Okay. I will seriously consider that.
Okay. That's kind of a diplomatic answer, but we'll find out if you're really an ally or not.
We'll see. I mean, I've got Chris Brand in Austria and Doug Moore in France, so I have a lot of things to consider here.
Give me the meta. What would you like to do? What would you like to achieve?
My goals going into this are to establish a DMZ in the Mediterranean with Doug so that he can worry about the West and I can worry about the East. Bryan Pravel is in Turkey right next to Brandon Fogel's Russia. The two of them historically don't really get along despite having played together quite a lot as weasels. So I'm hoping to take advantage of that.
No Weasel RT coming.
I would be shocked to see a Weasel RT. And oof. I think Chris Brand and I, though, in Austria, we work really well together. He's a great player. I love an AI, so if he's open to it, I'm all for it.
Who will be the first eliminated?
Well, there's the question of who I hope it is and who I think it actually will be.
We all hope it's David Hood.
I mean, we all hope it's David Hood, but in Germany, I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's got to be someone in the East, which right now it's probably.
You're not picking on poor Bryan, are you?
I mean, if everyone else is picking on him, I'm a little bored of the air, though. I'm a little bored of the air. I'll be honest.
Okay. All right. I'm going to suggest you go with the Kraken. That's just me. Think about it.
I will propose it, but this is a board, and we're all here to have a little bit of fun and play for these awesome charities, and we'll see how seriously people take it.
Okay, last question. Favorite book or movie?
Ooh, well, favorite movie is easy for me. Shawshank Redemption.
Really?
Yeah, I love that movie. I've loved it for years. I can't really explain it. If you want my favorite fun movie, however, it's Princess Bride. Favorite book changes depending on my mood. I've really gotten back into fantasy recently, and one of my favorite authors is an author named Storm Constantine, who wrote the Wraithu series, which is just one of the best world-building series that I've ever read, and I've been getting back into it and rereading it recently.
All right. Siobhan, best of luck. I suggest some Chardonnay. I'm very disappointed, and don't forget Tuscany. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So she clearly did not forget Tuscany, Ed.
She went to Tuscany.
First move was to Tuscany, right?
Yep. I don't know. I don't know how you negotiated that one. I was listening to most of that interview because I was the one messaging you in the background saying, don't go more than 3 minutes. Don't go more than 3 minutes. And you did. But how'd you do it?
Well, I think that's a question Morgante asks me a lot. It just happens. I asked. If you don't ask, it's not going to happen, right? That's what you tell your kids. Make the ask. If it didn't happen, I wouldn't be upset. She's playing a great game. Sure, right now. I mean, I like Siobhan's game. I'm a little worried about Brandon, but she's great.
So I will say also, you got Tuscany right. Eddie Brisson got Happy Stabby right too, and he did not know that this was on the sheet, right?
He didn't know.
No. So Siobhan, because she's been around in the industry for as long as she has been, maybe she's an open book now. We'll see.
We'll do her share of stabbing for sure.
I love the picture, by the way.
That's great.
How did you get that one? Because Ed, I do have to thank Ed, and I have to thank Corey, because Corey came on not last minute, but last enough minute to help me out with the interview. So I appreciate Corey your help on this. Ed did. It's why you see Ed's facts, because Ed's a little older than me. He has FAX, which for the millennials out there, we used to do that instead of tweet. So we thank Ed for his work on these, and of course all the team that's come on to help us with the broadcast tonight. Girls Who Code. I know it's talk, like we in my parents group with the kids' school. They're trying to get them involved. So great charity. All the charities are great. They are linked below on the GoFundMe site. It's right next to that subscribe button, which I know most of you have hit by now. And we definitely thank everyone for their donations. I haven't done an update on the thing. I'll do that maybe on the next one. But maybe Shawshank, one of the best quotes is, "I hope I can make it across the border." So maybe that's how she fell in love with the movie or diplomacy.
You think she's going to be on a boat in mid-Atlantic, just chilling with Morgan Freeman soon?
Possibly. Why can't I get the? I can't get that. All right, maybe I do. All right, so I think we're back to the map. We got it. I don't know who's our Morgan Freeman on the board, Ed.
Well, that's kind of a tough one. I don't know if anyone is equaling Morgan Freeman status at this point.
All right. Well, maybe we'll have Morgan Freeman as our next guest, so we'll see. But before we kick Morgante out too soon, since we got a few more to go. Let's see, how do I move forward? All right, so we got it. Is this just Care Bear play at this point, or is someone not in the lead make a run at this point?
I mean, Brandon is going to have to make a run to get into the lead, and knowing Brandon, I don't think he'd be satisfied with not topping. Yeah. I'd be surprised. It could be a shared top, but I don't think he would accept a not topping here.
Oh, man, are they going to make me do math? So if I have to split 25 in half and everyone else down, is it going to be like 14.6%? I'll have to get out. I need Peter McNamara back to get the machine to help me out with the percentage.
But let me ask this of Morgante, right? Well, what is the real downside to, if any, to Brandon stabbing?
There's no risk to him in stabbing, actually.
None.
Right? I don't want to criticize too much, but Siobhan should not have built 2 fleets there. It leads her no ability to retaliate if Brandon stabs. And look at this overkill. She's got 6 fleets down there. That is not necessary to counter France, and it leaves her pretty open right now.
I'm very worried for her.
Does Brandon have to worry about the North? So Adam has enough where Norway could go into St. Pete eventually. Or not Norway necessarily, but if Norway figure out how to get that army in there, does Brandon then have to worry about an over the top?
He might lose St. Pete, but again, England lacks armies. Everyone else lacks armies, so he might lose St. Pete, but that's all he would ever lose.
He's already lost St. Pete once, and it didn't really slow him down.
Exactly.
I think he's got great position to do whatever he wants to do right now.
All right, let's see how he handles fall 1907.
Oh, and he gets her to convoy back to the boot.
And takes Caen. And takes Vienna.
And sets himself up to have the supported attack against Trieste if he wants it. Right?
Siobhan, that was a move that is allowed on the diplomacy board. But, oh dear.
Oh, dear indeed.
Oof. Well, how about the West? No?
I mean, they might have to call it soon. What can anyone do?
No. Well, I know I've got a guaranteed 1908 minimum end time because we've got Brandon's interview to do, and we are doing this for charity. So we'll just move on then. All right. So,
I mean, for the West, I will say I do like the fact that Doug is pulling back and making it clear he's not actually going to try to fight Siobhan. He's just going to defend. That's what he needed to do to give her a chance of standing up to Brandon at some point. So well played by Doug there, I think.
Yeah. All right. So, and the only adjustments +2 and losing -1. Well, she can get rid of one of the fleets then.
She says goodbye to Western Med or Leon.
Yeah. It's going to be Apulia if we've seen this so far. He needs the fleets, no armies apparently.
Needs the fleets. All right. So no predictions there. Here, let's hear before we get Morgante's final prediction. Let's get a sideline report. I think we'll get another one from across the pond on this one. We've got get rid of there sideline and.
Okay, well, the main focus in the spring phase was on those 2 builds from Siobhan. Everyone except Brandon seems disappointed by them, as you can imagine, thinking that it will lead to a position where Brandon stabs her and wins the game. Doug tries to convince her to let him blow up her North Africa fleet, but she gives him absolutely nothing, later telling Brandon that she's getting used to listening to Doug be disappointed in her. Doug is convinced that Siobhan will stick with Brandon, and Brandon will end up stabbing Siobhan. Adam, Doug, and Chris all try everything they can to get David on side in Germany there, but none of them can. David just stonewalling them out, listening to their suggestions, but thinking, Adam is just going to kill me if I put myself into a position where I can be killed by him. It'll be better to let the Eastern powers get in there. Finally, Bryan, of all people, tries to convince Siobhan to turn on Brandon, apparently because he doesn't want Brandon to win the game. She declines and says there'll be border realignments that will keep them even. In fall, we have our first draw vote, proposed jokingly by Chris after he loses his last unit, and to his surprise and everyone else's, there's no public vetoes. But very few players actually accept this draw. And Adam actually told me behind the scenes that while he thinks that he has little hope of winning, he wants to play on principle. Additionally, in the fall, Bryan tries to convince Adam to support him up into Kiel, but he doesn't end up going for it, saying perhaps next year instead. The Western powers agree to lock down the line, trying to get Italy and Russia to stab each other, probably Russia to stab Italy, so that they have a shot. Siobhan and Brandon agree to share the board top. Now, this is pretty huge because it would allow Siobhan to just win based on the tiebreak. They both seem pretty emotionally invested in this during their conversation, and Brandon says he's okay with it. In a long conversation with Bryan seems to be the person going around gathering information during this phase and was very helpful to us. Siobhan said that this will be a huge enough betrayal if the stab does happen, that she doesn't think Brandon would do it. Bryan then went to Brandon and talked to him about whether, he's actually intending to stab or not. And Brandon sort of indicates that this would be a very boring game if it just ends in a shared board top and without him playing for the win. And as we see, after the moves go through, that likely was a stab. We didn't hear anything agreed about that Brandon's unit coming back to Vienna or about him sticking in Constantinople. We'll have to see how the players react to that.
Ed, I muted you. I don't know if I can unmute you there, but good. All right. So there's developments.
Well, I think what Morgante said earlier, if anyone's listened to Brandon more than myself or Morgante, it might be the person who broadcasts with him every game. Does anyone think Brandon would share a board top? No. How is that even possible? Brandon, that's not in his DNA. Okay, that's not a possible thing you would ever give. That's an Ed Sullivan thing. Maybe Morgante would disagree, but that is not something Brandon would ever just agree to.
So, Ed, when you said that, I've got a cast of characters in the green room as well, and everyone shook their head no when you said would Brandon never share a board top. So nearly universal on our cast, and I'm sure in the comments we can get an agreement there too. So at this point, the predictions have been made. Morgante, any last wishes of goodwill for Turkey?
I think Turkey's got a good shot of surviving here. I've got to root for Siobhan though to somehow hold things together because her position's not good, but she's got a good charity, and come on, we can't just give it to Brandon here. So
can't give it to Brandon. Let's fight. Let's rally. 5-on-1.
Rally.
All right. So last prediction: does she pull Apulia or does she pull Western Med?
I think she pulls Tuscany. Is actually but
there you go. All right.
There you go. I agree.
The prediction is Tuscany. Well, Morgante, congratulations on the great win in December. We're looking forward to seeing you on many boards here in 2021.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks, Morgante.
Well, so sadly we're down to 6, and the 7th, who are still fighting on the board right now. Maybe they kicked off Chris Brand. Chris, what happened?
Well, yeah, apparently Bryan's more popular than me for some reason. I'm not sure exactly what's up with that. But,
Did he offer? Did he offer some charity? Is he going to slice away from his, or is he making more charitable donations? Because I noticed that our goal is getting closer to being met again.
No, every time I spoke to Bryan, he was like, "Oh, I think my odds are better sticking with the IR than helping you and ending up with the two of us against the two of them." Which I can't really fault him for that. It's really all Siobhan's fault.
As it usually is. What was the turning point? Not necessarily only for you, but what year, what turn set the pace of this game?
Oh, that was when did we kill Bryan? Well, not quite kill Bryan. We almost killed Bryan. That's right. So 403, we took all of the Turkish centers, and then so after the builds, when the negotiations were happening, Siobhan and Brandon disappeared off together, and they were talking for more than 5 minutes. And then when I got to talk to them, it was just nonsense, the stuff they were telling me. I was just like, yeah, this is not happening. They're coming for me. There's your spidey senses were going bananas and saying, yeah, they're out to get you at this point. So I played this Spring 04. I tried to pull Con back into Bull. I also talked to Bryan about putting Armenia up to Sevastopol, and I think this would have been a very different game if you'd done that. That's probably the thing I'm most disappointed about in this game, I guess.
So I want to ask, so was the tactical agreement that Brandon would put Black Sea in to guarantee that they all would be piffed? And did Brandon walk back on his word on this?
I don't think we talked about the tactics there. I don't remember talking about the tactics there.
Yeah.
From my point of view, my feeling was he was supporting himself in, and it didn't really matter to me. I mean, if Bryan survives in Armenia, then that's fine. You know, if he survives with Bulgaria and no units, that's fine too.
Will you go back to spring of 02? Spring of 02?
Oh,
yeah. How did you lure Bryan into Galicia here? I mean, I don't know how that makes any sense for Bryan, and somehow you got him to do it.
So what did I tell him? I don't remember exactly what I told him, but so there was a plan here, which was we weren't expecting Brandon to move Sevastopol. And if Brandon isn't moving Sevastopol, then we get into Black Sea, we get into Galicia, and I think we can. I don't remember exactly. I think we were going to get into Romania as well. Oh, no, Bryan, maybe we were bouncing Galicia, and I don't remember exactly. There was some kind of plan that basically got Bryan Sevastopol in the fall.
Did you quote yourself to Siobhan on how to play Italy during the game?
I did, yes.
Oh my God, how did that go over?
Well, I mean, who's a better authority than me? So that was quite interesting, actually, because she was really worried by Doug having come down into Doug's fleets were sort of hovering, and she was like, if I commit, we needed another unit in the fleet in the Aegean, and she was like, if I commit to that, then Doug could take Tunis from me. But on the other hand, if I defend Tunis, then I've got to sort of turn everything back and basically give up on taking anything in Turkey. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really, I mean, she was already committed to trusting Doug and pushing against Turkey. That was when I said that, when you actually get around to watching that video, one of the things I say is that you can't afford to go back and forth as Italy. So it was, it was just cementing that. She was already leaning in that direction. I just gave her that extra shove to make sure that was what she was committing to. So.
Oh, okay, one other question here. If you could go to spring of 01, the move to Galicia, did you know that was happening?
No, we had arranged to DMZ Galicia.
Oh, yeah.
And I trusted that Brandon would not go to Galicia. So I misread him there.
Well, he's hard to read. He's very monotone.
He said to me that that was a last-minute change. He got spooked and he decided to do it. And I'm like, well, you could easily have come to me and I arranged a bounce. I would have been quite happy to bounce with you there. But So I don't know whether that was just a line from him, but that's what he told me at the time, that it was a last-minute change.
All right. Well, I want to give you one more shout out for Covenant House. We've been doing well on raising charity. Give the fans one last pitch for contributing any if they haven't yet.
The main thing I'd like to say is thank you to everyone who has contributed. It is really appreciated. All these, all 7 charities are great causes, all very, very deserving of support. Covenant House does an awful lot of good work in the Vancouver area. I believe there are Covenant houses elsewhere in the States and in Canada as well. But yeah, looking after these kids who have made a decision that living on the streets is better than whatever situation they're in, and that's got to be a horrible decision to make. And let's give them the best chance they can, having made that decision.
So I really wanted to just say thanks for such a great charity. I happen to know we adopted internationally, and my son currently, when he was in an orphanage in Colombia, was essentially going to be told when he was 18 he was either going to be a baker or a carpenter, but 18 years old out on the streets. And so the fact that there's a place, at least in North America, that helps people develop is incredibly important. So
yeah, I really like the fact that they do that transitional thing for people who are aging out of foster care, because they support them right through to 24 and try and get them established on their own, basically.
We are thankful for that, and Chris, we wish you did. I didn't get to give you the big check, so we'll have to put it in the mail. So,
well, the small check will do.
we'll try that. So again, thanks for playing. Thanks for your great commentary.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
My last turn, you've got to admit it says something when they decide that it takes that many units to kill you off.
Took 4.
But you had Doug. Oh yeah, you had Doug's support, but not David's. Did you?
Yeah, they had like 4 supports for the move in there. So
they wanted you gone. They wanted to give you your prime time here on the show. So
I guess I'm still disappointed the draw vote didn't succeed.
Yeah.
I like how you're wearing red and you were playing Austria. That was
that wasn't a factor. That was a coincidence. But there you go.
All right. Well, thank you, Chris, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the next broadcast.
I'm enjoying this one, so keep it up, guys.
All right. So 1 down, 5 more to go until the winner is crowned. Crowning a winner, this guy probably in the history of diplomacy has worn as many crowns or hats as you can get away with, and it doesn't matter if it's outside or inside, middle of winter, middle of summer. We're here to talk about scoring systems right now, and
oh my God, scoring systems! We're supposed to end today at some point, right?
Nope, we're not. That's the beauty of me running the show tonight instead of Brandon. We're going as long as he doesn't kill this account. So, Dave Moletsky, welcome to the show.
Thanks.
So, what's since we have all predictions leading to Brandon at this point, what has surprised you the most this game?
Certainly not the poor tactics by Silverman and Brand.
It's totally unsurprising. They suck.
Yeah. I think the most surprising thing has been Doug has played probably the worst game I've ever seen him play. Like a lot of why Brandon is such the clear leader to top the board is Doug waffling back and forth, not giving England or Italy just enough space to be able to, win their theater with Russia, and to no profit to himself. So I think that's the most surprising thing.
Yeah.
I'm voting Dave for all-time commentator.
Why he's here tonight. So we had a lot of, actually, we did have a lot. So I'm hoping that this won't be the last time that I get to host if they throw me off the air, but we've enjoyed having everyone come on. So we've got one more surprise left in the show, and we'll get there. We've got to know at least a little more time in this game, but the way Brandon's been playing there, it looks tough to talk. So we've got we've got the guess of Tuscany coming off, and I really don't care what Brandon's going to build at this point. So Lyon comes off. All right, so that is about as pro-French as you can get. 2 more armies coming down. Let's just move on at this point. All right, can I figure out the keypad here? I think I finally got it at the end by the time we get to the end. So, Dave, since the East is more interesting, let's have the guests take the East. Ed's kind of stuck in the West at this point. So what any chance of stopping Brandon? What are these moves showing us?
Brandon does play it kind of conservatively. Like, he could have certainly made bigger, splashier moves given how few armies Siobhan has. And you get what you would expect in the North, but Adam's never getting past. Adam might get St. Petersburg eventually, but he's never getting past there. So I don't know. Like, I just think it was catastrophic last year when Siobhan built the fleets and not at least one army, which is, everyone was saying. So there's really just no recovering from it.
Yeah. And so,
well, she's trying. I like the piff of the Western Med, but she lost Trieste. She'll hold on to Smyrna probably. We'll see if they can grind him down. Everyone's working now. Although we've got, I was looking at Kiel for a second, but that was a mutual bounce.
Yeah, we so she'll lose, and we'll get into one more player interview. Let's do the Brandon interview first, and then we'll get into fall predictions to see if this is over or all but over. So let's here is Brandon's interview.
To the DBN Broadcaster Brawl. What
Thanks,
power
Brandon.
did you get?
What did I get? I got Russia.
And what number did you pick Russia in?
So I went in as the 3rd seed, and I put myself behind David Hood, who was the 4th seed. But the 2 above me, Siobhan and Bryan, both put themselves below me. So I ended up picking 2nd.
Why did you pick Russia?
I just love playing Russia. Russia has the hands in both spheres. There's just lots of wheeling and dealing that needs to happen with Russia. You really get to talk to lots of different people, and you get to have a hand in pretty much every part of the game, at least if you don't get eliminated.
Okay, well, that can happen, but tell us about your charity, right? I mean, we are doing this for charity. You're doing this for charity. It's important to you. So what did you pick, and why'd you pick it?
So I'm playing for the Trevor Project, which is it's an organization that's been around for almost 25 years now. And the Trevor Project provides support services to LGBTQ youth. The centerpiece of their program is a crisis intervention and suicide prevention hotline. And it's both a telephone and text, and there's an online chat feature as well. They provide a bunch of different services, but the main one is that crisis intervention and suicide prevention program. And that's for kids who are gender non-conforming in any way and are struggling with difficulties at home or with friends or being bullied, which happens quite a lot still in our society, even in this day. And then there's just the expectations that society puts on people. And for people who are gender non-conforming, that can be oppressive. And for kids who are just discovering themselves and trying to figure out how they want to be in society, it is very difficult. And so the Trevor Project is a vital, vital resource. LGBTQ kids have the highest rates of suicide of any class. And so it's a desperately needed service. They do great work. They've been around, like I said, for almost 25 years. And I chose them because I'm a gay man, and I know what it's like to grow up with having to figure out who you are and the difficulties that other people sort of put in the way of that. And so this is a little chance to give back to a great organization that does great work.
Sounds like a very worthy cause. And of course, everyone can donate by clicking on the Broadcaster Brawl link that we'll have up throughout the stream. And we've done it beforehand. Okay. couple of other questions. One of the things I've discovered is you've lost a lot of hair. Why?
Well, I mean, part of it is nature, and the other part of it is desire. When the pandemic started, I've been contemplating doing the head shaving thing, and I don't know if it was necessarily, nature hadn't quite gotten to my doorstep on that yet, but I decided that I just didn't feel like dealing with it at all. And honestly, I love it. It's so nice to not have to do any styling at all.
Do you have to shave that thing every day, or are you an every other day person?
I use a clipper on it. I don't know, every few days. Depends on whether I'm going to be seeing people or not.
Are you as smart as you seem on the DBN broadcast, or is it an act?
Is it a successful act?
I think it's pretty successful. Let's test it. What was your SAT score?
Oh, come on, man. Look, I probably got a couple questions wrong. I don't remember exactly.
Okay. All right. And playing tonight's game, are we going to see an RT with Bryan the Weasel? Are we going to see a Weasel all Bryan?
All right, I'm going to assume that the people on the broadcast heard what I just heard, which is RT, Pravel, Weasel, Weasel. So I think what you want to ask me is, am I going to form an RT with Bryan Pravel and roll the board? And the problem is that you've got Doug Moore in France on the other side, and an RT is very good for France, and someone like Doug Moore will be able to take a lot of advantage if Bryan and I try to get out of the gate quickly. So I will have to do a lot of tap dancing, and Bryan will definitely be one of the partners that I tap dance with.
Did you hear? If we're going to see a Weasel line.
All right.
Well, I'd say good luck, but I'm not really wishing you good luck. I wish your charity the best of luck, but you personally not so much.
Oh, screw you, Ed.
All right. I love you too. Have a good game.
All right. Bye, man.
Ed, I muted you. During this interview. I should have muted you more during that interview.
First of all, the questions were incredibly important. It's what the viewers want to know. It's one of the critiques I have of DBN is they're afraid to ask the tough questions. I asked the tough questions.
I'm a little worried that now that we've all seen Ed lagging out, it's going to be like The Ring. But fingers crossed. Hopefully we survive the night.
I have, that's my other house. I hate to admit it. So the internet's not so good in the country. We're praying for Elon Musk with his satellite internet. That will change everything.
Oh, gosh. I watched that interview because we had to make sure they all worked, and I fell out of my chair the first time, and I enjoyed it again the second time. So clearly no RT. I mean, the opening to Armenia probably didn't give him any options, so we'll see. But Brandon's charity, as he mentioned, the Trevor Project. You also heard David mention about it in his interview as well. So we're doing a great job with the charitable donations. Again, we thank you for everything. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far, but it's not over yet. So let's get to the resulting. Oh, I forgot to put up Brandon's profile here. Let's. Ed's facts, the last Ed's facts. And when Tombstone Tommy was on earlier, he did say, is that Stephen Hawking?
I gave him the Stephen Hawking pick.
No. And why would you do that, Ed?
I think he's like a smart guy. That's why he critiques me all the time. He's the only one who's figured it out.
But he went to collage?
Well, that's Zach's spelling, okay? So that's how Zach would spell college.
Zach hasn't. We haven't picked on Zach enough tonight since he was lucky enough to sneak out of this one. But we'll pick on his spelling here. But we thank you, Ed, again for all of these. We'll get back to where we are. I think I'm still trying to get off of this. All right, so Dave, any chance of stopping Brandon here, or is there any coordinated effort? Like, if Bryan turns sides, or any chance, or is this game gonna?
The problem is that what's Doug gonna do? Like, even if they wanted to stop Brandon and have this game go for a long, long time, like they would need France to basically hole up in Iberia and not move, because his places are worthless against Brandon, and obviously that's not going to happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets called soon.
Yeah, this reminds me. It's kind of not maybe the exact same position. I think it was the DBN qualifier with Matt Krill in Russia and Christian Klein in Italy, and Nicolas, who actually it was the second round game or the fourth round game, where Nicolas was in France in this almost same position where he holed up and then ended up being able to aggress on Italy with enough time to make the top. Didn't top that board, so actually it wouldn't have helped out.
And Klein got eliminated. So,
yeah,
like, what's in it for Siobhan to go east?
Yeah, Klein in that case he needed a result and had a different motivation than what Siobhan has at this point too. So, all right, to the fall, we see not a lot of movement. David Hood would not be happy with this. Ed, in anything of note in the West?
No, David Hood really wants to go back to Kiel. That's what happened in the West. Doug moved to Ruhr.
Yeah. Dave, what Serbia to Bulgaria.
More Brandon, he's picking up centers, and Siobhan's losing centers, and that trend is not going to stop. I think he's also going to under no threat from anywhere else, and no one else can grow to catch him. So I can't imagine it's going to continue on into the next year, but you never know, I guess.
Well, let's see. We've got one last sideline report that I see in the file, so your prediction may be correct, but I know the sideline reporters are waiting on the sideline right now to give us an update as well. So maybe there's a little play, but let's hear what it has to say.
Hi, everyone. Carter coming to you with news from the sideline from 1908. In the spring, Siobhan is naturally furious at Brandon's stab. Doug agrees to pull back to give her freedom, hoping she can defend herself, and also agrees to blow up her fleet in the Western Mediterranean, allowing her to rebuild it back on the homeland. Meanwhile, David seems to just want to play defensively, and Adam agrees to leave him alone and go for St. Petersburg. Adam's negotiations here are interesting. He seems immediately to be willing to pivot, telling David that he sees the danger from Doug, given the Russian stab, and needs to be ready to defend himself. Siobhan tells Brandon that nothing is ever off the table, but the only way they can come back together is if he doesn't decimate her here. Adam and Brandon seem to be already discussing peace after St. Petersburg, which is interesting, and a draw vote is proposed, and again there is no public veto, but in secret half the players reject it. People aren't ready to give up on this game just yet. In the fall, Doug tries to convince Adam he isn't going north and is waiting to be invited south by Siobhan. Adam seems dubious of these claims. David Hood is very confused by Adam's moves to Kiel after he believes they agreed to peace. Adam apologized profusely for this, but we'll see if the apology is enough to satisfy David. Brandon tells Doug that if Siobhan hadn't convoyed the army out of Constantinople in 1907, he probably doesn't stab, as it is just hard enough to win off of the stab to not be worth the cost of the betrayal. Adam tells Doug that he doesn't know how they can stop the Russia top on the board. Adam says he's happy enough to stick with Doug throughout, given that you can't board top. However, Doug says they still can board top. All they need to do is commit east. There's lots of finger pointing as to who vetoed the draw here, which is amusing given most of the people who are finger pointing were the same people who voted against the draw. Back to you guys in the studio.
I want more reporting of draw votes, because then there's some veracity to, I mean, we've all known it. We've all done it. But live reporting is good. DBN, take note for future games. So, rightful for Siobhan to be upset.
I don't.
She got what she deserved on that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I got to agree with Ed. I mean, I don't think like she was basically asking for it with the strategic decisions she was making, and then that horrid building of 2 fleets.
Yeah, the convoy back when we saw that. I think was that when I think Morgante was on with us. And he saw that, and it gave up any position to stopping Brandon in the east.
I mean, Brandon's what at 12 now? No one's the next nearest is 6.
Let's see. He 11. Yeah, 11, 7, 6, 6. So, but they said there was still play. If more than half the people vetoed, they knew I needed to get to fall of 08. So no one should have been vetoing it for my purpose at this point. We've got through all the interviews. We've talked well about the charities. So I'm satisfied. But does Brandon want a solo? Like, is this point like he doesn't even just want a board top? He want a solo?
I don't know. I played with him last week. It's the first time and only time I played with Brandon, and he had board topped. He was at 10, I was at 9, and he vetoed the draw. And I went to, I was like you won. And he goes, I can get more centers.
Well, he's in no position to go for a solo, and also he's the creator of the scoring system that most strongly rewards topping the board without soloing.
Preach.
So I don't think he really cares about soloing all that much.
And this is why we bring Dave Miletsky on to talk about scoring systems, because it is in here. And I agree with you, Dave. I do like Open Tribute. I'm excited about VDL. So here's a good time. So VDL is now on the Open Tribute. For anyone who has not played a virtual diplomacy game with us, there is a link in the description right next to the subscribe button where you can join the virtual diplomacy community, the Virtual Diplomacy League, which had its first week last week and will go all the way through the end of December. You'll be able to play some games in this new system where it does still reward board tops, but does reward someone who plays a good second place. So come on in. We'll have some players come on and talk about some tournaments. I know Dave has done numerous great works for the hobby and promotion of tournaments back when we were traveling, and as well as still hosting online as well. So Dave, thank you for joining us tonight. I'm not even going to ask for a prediction at this point, but we look forward to actually you're on. I only heard this week. I'm clearly not following the blogs enough, but something's coming up in the near future.
Yep, first weekend in May, eCarnage Spring Edition, and we're gonna have a featured board of the this year's Cold War champion facing off against last year's Cold War champion, because we're not going to run a top board, so that'll be the featured board. And also we'll be testing out Jonathan Frank's center-based adaptation for scoring, so should be a fun time. And then also I'm gonna have some social stuff to try to get the voice and video channels in use, because I really feel like in the last year plus watching all the virtual events that what's really amiss is people not using the video and voice channels to socialize enough. So Tanya, Cold War is a 2-player diplomacy variant that's supposedly plays quick, is very fun and good tactical exercise. Russ won it 2 years ago, and he's going to be facing off against this year's winner. If it's successful, like one of the biggest divides with the face-to-face hobby is that very few people will play any variants. There's at face-to-face events there. I've seen them only a couple of times. So this seems to be a very accessible variant, and Russ is speaking very highly of it. So looking forward to hosting that.
Russ is for anything that he can win. So
like Russ is very capable of winning a lot of things, so that's not a demarcating line.
Moletsky, I win so few awards, but I'm still waiting to be mailed my apparent Golden Blade and Best Russia from Carnage. What's the matter? Did you not earn any money?
Did you think there's physical awards?
I got to have something to show my kids what I'm doing.
I can send you some virtual pictures to go to accompany the virtual event.
All right, he's got the gavel out. We got to stop. It's very important for this draw to happen.
Nah, see, when you play back in the day in in-person events and you get your clock cleaned worse than Bryan Pravel did in Turkey, you get the most hammered award. So.
Yeah. And also, I got to tell you, Carnage, I only really handle the gag awards. At the face-to-face event, the Carnage organizers are the ones that procure the historical maps and everything that count for the real awards and the globes and whatnot. And Robert gives me a bunch of skulls to give out each year. Like I have any idea what to do with those. But yeah, I think the best award I've ever given out was Don Woodring's Hello Kitty skull cap and tails. So if you want a picture of that, his wife still has it, I'm pretty sure. So
nice. Excellent.
I'm very disappointed, but thank you for coming on.
Yeah.
All right. Last question, because I didn't get this. When and where do we sign up?
So it's not going to be like the the virtual Carnage this past winter. I got permission from the Carnage staff to use the branding, but we're not going to. Nobody's going to need to register on tabletop events or anything. Nobody's going to need to pay $5 to the donate to the Vermont Food Bank. Although obviously you're still welcome to the. It's just going to be very straightforward. You're go and put just like at Carnage in this past November. You just go to the Discord, sign up in the sign up rooms, and you'll be in the rounds. And the rounds are going to be very North American friendly. Apologies to internationals, but they were very international friendly in November, and we got less, like I could count on one hand the amount of internationals we got. So I need more of an outpouring of international support before I'm going to try to appease their interest again. So
May 1st?
Yep, first weekend in May. Rounds are going to be, there's going to be one round Friday, 2 Saturday, and a brief ceremony on Sunday.
Excellent. All right. Well, then go to the Discords, folks. There's a link to the virtual diplomacy community in there, which links to everything else, which is great. So, Dave, thank you for joining us. We appreciate all the work you've done in the community, and enjoy the rest of the game.
Thanks.
All right. So we didn't even talk about predictive builds. We probably don't need to. What we need right now is some motivation. And in order to get some motivation for probably the player that can do the most to change the outcome of the game right now, we need someone who has probably been associated with one of these players as closely as you can get.
This is not what I expected him to look like. I played with him in many rounds.
What were you
This is
expecting?
not what I thought I would see.
What were you expecting?
Kind of like the Grinch. Like Grinchish, green.
Oh, there you go, green shirt.
Jason's voice is very... So when you were talking about Morgan Freeman earlier, we got the Morgan Freeman of diplomacy.
We got the Morgan Freeman. Siobhan and Jason on the boat.
I just want to take the opportunity to say Chris Brandt is right. This is her fault.
Talk about Siobhan's play. This is your chance. This is your chance.
Two fleets in that situation. Like, I gotta agree with Morgante. Like, what are you doing there, Siobhan?
Did she mass bomb herself?
I think so.
Oh, well, we are all right. So we've gotten here. I need to reveal the builds at this point. She must have had something piffed because she's definitely down.
She had the Western Med and she lost the army in Tyrolia. So
that's it. Yep.
Down another army.
All right, and Brandon's building 2, which is 2 more armies. And Adam, all right, fleet. So maybe Adam was the one who was vetoing because, he puts himself in English here, which is guaranteed. There's play. Is there play for Adam, Jason?
I mean, it's a lot of fleets. I mean, there's play, but you're going to run up into a wall pretty quick with that many fleets, right?
Yeah. And if Doug has to turn around, it just ends it for Brandon.
And then, you got that one, that fleet in Finland, not really sure, that may have been necessary, positionally when he did it, but still, it's where do you go with all those fleets?
Well, let's see if he maybe he wants to take Denmark. He's been fighting for Denmark all day. No love. He's not gonna get there yet. Well, there's more black arrows in the east again, Jason. Let's put you in the east. What positionally could Siobhan have done better here?
Maybe convoy and no, convoy to Albania is probably right because she couldn't have supported it into Greece. I'm not sure. I mean, I think what she could have done is built an army of a few turns ago. I'm not really sure what else she could have done.
She could have not vetoed the draw if she was one of them.
Or that. But I'm not sure what she can really do in this position, really.
All right. So if Adam builds the fleet and then just walks it to Wales,
he was worried about Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah. Doesn't move it. Doug's moving a little. So Doug's still 5 behind at this point and didn't go to Burgundy to try and force Munich.
Did Holland support Ruhr to Kiel?
Looks like it.
But didn't cut Denmark.
Supports word. Yeah. It's overlapping. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw apparently that Fleet London was supposed to be an army.
Oh, I didn't.
Adam had it here in the chat.
So all right. Well, if Adam's in the chat, that must mean we're over. So I've got no more player interviews. So let's move forward with this to see where we go.
Yeah.
Game is
very predictable.
Well, all right. So predictable of the end or predictable of the game?
It's predictable it draws here.
Yeah.
No one else has a growth path.
Yeah, because Brandon's not going to solo if the rest of the board doesn't want him to solo, right? And plus, before I came on, there was a conversation about Brandon cares more about having a big top than soloing. And he does have a big top, right? He's 4 ahead of Adam.
Well, he got the win. Jason, what are your parting words to Siobhan here? How could she have played it better?
I did miss a little bit of the middle of the game. I didn't see quite the entire broadcast, but I think it's just the basic stuff of trust but verify with your allies, right? She it's really easy to get excited about how, and she knows this, right? It's really easy to get excited about how things are going super well. You build for a bold play, and then you just left yourself to expose, and your ally takes advantage of it.
Well, if you want to hang around, we're going to bring the players on. I'll at least move you for now because we do want to give the king his due. Welcome to the stream, champion of the Broadcaster Brawl.
What's up?
Congratulations!
Thank you very much.
So was this as hard as it looked, given that you're so smart?
I told Ed that I got a couple questions on the SAT wrong, so I don't know why you keep going on about this.
Oh, Brandon, I predicted you would win, by the way.
Okay.
I just didn't want it to happen.
But you're clearly a very smart man, Ed, so you just proved it right there.
Did you, I mean, you were okay with the 1901 stab of Brand and moved to Galicia, huh?
You know, I had Bryan telling me that he was going to open to Armenia, and he was claiming that it was a feint, that he wanted to work with me, and I did not really believe it. And I thought that if I could get into Galicia, that I could at least I could explain it away, that I would just take Romania and move it there, and Chris would be okay with that. And it seems plausible given the fact that there'd be an army in Armenia. So this was definitely a situation of asking for forgiveness rather than permission being the better strategy.
So the key, and Chris kind of said this in the interview as well, was there any agreement of you being in Armenia as opposed to moving? It wouldn't have been guaranteed because Smyrna could have cut Armenia, but is that was the plan to totally kill Bryan, or did you kind of go, if I can keep him alive, how does that work?
No, the plan was to kill Bryan. I racked my brain to try to figure out a way that Bryan could stay useful to us in some way at that point, and I honestly couldn't figure it out. Ironically, it's what actually happened. Bryan ended up being really useful, just in this really sort of upside down backwards way. I had to take a guess as to what would support what, and then we also talked about trying to convoy an army, which would have allowed Black to to not be a supporter. And honestly, I didn't think, after talking to Bryan, I didn't think he was going to tap either one of these, and so I felt comfortable going like this. I did not expect to get bounced out of Bulgaria, and I went to Chris before the turn was over, and I said to him, I asked him if he was okay with me possibly getting 2 builds. And apparently what he said after the game was that got him thinking about whether it was a good thing if I got 2 builds, and he decided it wasn't. And so that's why he bounced me there. But it was a critical moment, actually, because if it created a situation where Chris was pretty powerful, and if Siobhan did not stab him here, it would have been extremely difficult to do that later. And that was the crux of my and Siobhan's discussion in spring of 04. And ultimately, it's why she stabbed. Now, I think that she was actually in on the bounce here in Bulgaria. I asked her about it in spring of 04, and she said that she didn't know it was going to happen. And then after the game, admitted that she did. And honestly, I think it's a really savvy play, both to make it happen and also to deny to me that she knew that it was going to happen, because I trusted her. She had helped create a situation in which taking out Brand was necessary, and so I kind of had no choice but to go with her on that one.
Yeah, and Chris came on a few minutes ago. I don't know if you were watching or in the background, but he confirmed the bounce and also confirmed that Siobhan knew it from a strategic not to give you 2. But if Chris does let you in there and you get 2, do you still follow the same strategy?
No, I was actually on board with an AIR at that point. And I would have built Army Warsaw and Moscow. Because Siobhan wasn't in Syria. So I would have built Warsaw and Moscow, and I would have tried to pester probably Adam or move against David. It would have depended on the situation in the West. But it was not clear. It wasn't obvious to me that we should take Chris out, that Siobhan and I should take Chris out before that turn. After that turn, it was, I think, necessary.
Did you have a sense of the West? Were you able to flow with the East because the West was so back and forth?
Yeah, the West really was messy. I mean, like, surprisingly messy. I didn't understand why Adam swiped St. Petersburg. It set him on a course where he had to fight David Hood. And, all of his units were over there, and it created, and it also removed me as a possible counterweight to David in the north. Like, if I'm not pulling that fleet, I would probably work with Adam against Doug, especially if Doug looks like he's getting powerful there. So I understood that Adam was worried about having enough units, and so that's why he took St. Petersburg, but it felt like a strategic mistake at the point.
Okay.
Good.
Eddie Bursan called your move to Skagerrak horrible, wrong, everything you can come up with. And you ended up disbanding it. What was the thought?
I don't know. I honestly, I clicked that retreat order several times. I had Bothnia and then disband, and then I just ultimately went to Skagerrak. I was like 90% certain that I was going to disband it, and I just decided I wanted another few minutes to think about it. And if I was going to keep it, I thought Skagerrak like just gave me more interesting possibilities to try to drive a wedge between Adam and David. But ultimately, I decided that I wanted to stay focused in the South, and I didn't want to give up Black Sea. So,
okay, next question, just on a meta level.
Sure.
You're teaching me, and just hearing you talk about what you're thinking during the game like boggles my mind. But did Doug Moore give you this win by making the move on Siobhan, getting her to build the 2 fleets? No.
Nope.
Doug is laughing. Doug is laughing in the background with that question too.
I think so. A couple things. First of all, so obviously my relationship with Siobhan ended up being a really crucial aspect of this game for me. And the building of the 2 fleets, it was something. It was something that that Siobhan and I had discussed, because I gave her I suggested to her that she take Bulgaria that turn. That was completely arranged. This is, I think, in fall of 06. So we had talked about swapping Cannes and Vienna, and I went to her negotiations and I said, you should take Bulgaria. I don't need 2 builds here. I don't have anything else I can do with them. And you should do them. But now is also the time that you have to commit to fighting Doug, because she had been really cagey about it up until then, and cleverly so. But I needed to see some commitment there, or else we were going to fight.
So so to get both sides of that story, I don't know what is that true?
Hold on, let me ask the question now that you got them both here.
Yeah.
Hold on, Siobhan. Hold on. Keep your. I don't really agree, but I can understand the 2 fleets. But what drug did Brandon give you virtually to convoy to Apulia?
No, that was not necessarily his idea. It actually was my own, because I needed an army back. No, don't shake your head at me, Brandon.
You did it to yourself.
Do this. You were not going to gaslight me into thinking that. No,
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, but you were going. This is not agreement, Brandon. This is not how that works.
It was mistimed, Siobhan. I'm sorry. It was definitely your idea. I thought you were going to say that it was my idea.
No, I'm not going to say it was your idea. It was my idea, and I had been honest with you, and I still wanted to work with you. And Brandon told me after the fact, I thought it was a terrible idea for you to convoy away. So I didn't think, well, no, you didn't even say you didn't think I was going to do it, but I just thought it was a terrible idea for you to convoy away. So I thought I would just go to Con. I had been nothing but honest with you.
So Brandon, where did it break down? Where did you realize I don't need this alliance anymore?
Now?
No, because as a frequent watcher of DBN programming, which if you hit the subscribe button down below, you'll get notified of our upcoming events. Brandon always says an alliance is only as useful until it's not. So when wasn't it useful?
It was here. If she was going to leave those centers undefended, it created an opportunity for me to win the game. I would not have stabbed without that opportunity. I was only going to stab if it meant winning the game. Otherwise, I was perfectly happy for Siobhan to top this board.
I don't believe that second part.
That was never actually true. I'm with Ed here.
100% true. So look, we created. So first of all, diplomacy for me is about relationships. We created a fantastic working relationship that benefited both of us, and it created a path for both of us to top the board. It did. You had a path to top the board. You were leading this game at 8-7 after 06, or after 06. This creates an opportunity for me to top the board. It's as simple as that.
I'm going to respond to a comment real quick. Dave Maletsky, he'd been going to Con for several turns preceding this. Yes, because that had been talked about. We talked about something very different in this turn, and we talked about the stakes of this game and what we were looking for. And
Siobhan, did you believe Brandon? A sideline reporter
No, I did.
said, a sideline reporter said, you asked him, would you be okay with a shared board top? And he said yes. And you believed him, right?
No, I 100% believed him.
Oh,
Okay.
it was true. I would have been okay with it.
No, but you taking con told me that you weren't okay with that. And if it was about the convoy away, and if you were okay with the shared board top, you would have come to me in that moment and said, then don't convoy away.
Let's be clear. I was perfectly okay with a shared board top, which meant that you would top the board, right? Because you had a lower.
Until you had the opportunity to have it for yourself.
I prefer me topping the board, but I'm perfectly okay with you topping the board, 100%. I mean, I would not have been turning down draws if it meant you topping the board. I wouldn't keep the game going just so that I could try to finagle a way to do it.
So who's the lawyer now? You're saying you'd be okay with a shared board top, but you're not necessarily agreeing to a shared board top.
Yeah, I don't see the conflict in there. Maybe I'm.
Yeah.
To me, that would have been a fine way for the game to end, and I still believe that. Look, much better than anyone else topping the board. Yeah, I wanted one of the two of us to top the board.
So because you topped the board, we're going to give Siobhan the last word here. But because you topped the board, the Trevor Project is going to get just a slightly bigger share, although I'm sure there's a way that we can all make it even. Tell us a little bit about it before I kick you off and ban you from this broadcast.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, you guys played the recording before where I talked about the Trevor Project from scratch. So it's a fantastic organization. They provide support services to LGBTQ youth who are in crisis. And it's a deeply important thing because those kids are at risk of suicide and of doing serious harm to themselves or falling into really difficult situations. And the Trevor Project has been helping those people for over almost 25 years. So, so thank you everyone out there for donating. It's a great cause. All of the causes are fantastic, and they're all going to get some money. Thank you everyone for donating and pushing. We got up to almost $2,500, right?
Correct.
And that doesn't include $800 worth of donations that were made directly to the charities that people let us know about.
Oh, awesome.
So,
that's fantastic to hear. I'm sorry that you took away apparently some money from Girls Who Code, but that's okay. Apparently you don't care so much about Girls Who Code.
I would just like to jump in here is like all of the charities that have been nominated tonight by everyone who played are very dear to my heart for very different reasons. There was no loser on who won in the charity game tonight. And, the Trevor Project is really close to my heart as well. And I will be making extra donations to Girls Who Code because I want them to have money as well. And it's very near and dear to my heart. So thank you all for helping us put this on. It's been just an amazing night. We had a great, great time. It's hilarious how much we were laughing and joking before the game started. And then the game started and we all got super serious. We're like, oh, this is going to be super fun. And we're going to have like a hilarious time. I take this seriously.
It was amazing, seriously. Like there was all jovial jokes beforehand, and then as soon as the game started, everyone played to win. And that was awesome. It was really fun just to have that intensity. So and I will also donate.
You mean everyone but Doug?
Whoa, hang on. We got Doug's going to come on and talk about his performance. Before we pick on Doug, we do want to congratulations to Brandon Fogel for winning the charity classic here. And I would just like to say, Ed, congratulations on your fantastic pick. I got it half right because I picked Bryan, who's also a weasel. So I'm taking a little bit of credit.
Not at all half right.
No.
Siobhan, the Tuscany move was noticed, appreciated, and we are allies for life.
Well, here.
Yes.
Goodbye, Brandon.
Can I just say, in fall of 01, so many people came to me and were like, why the heck did you go to Tuscany? And I'm like, okay, one, because I was fairly guaranteed that everyone around me was neutral to me, and two, because Ed asked me to.
You got to ask. Yeah. That's what Jason said at DB&I. You got to ask.
You asked, and I gave. So you're welcome, Ed.
I was rooting for you the whole time after that. You had me at Tuscany.
All right, so we're going to get your motivational spirit here to give you a last pat on the back before we send you both away. But before we get Jason's question, come on, Siobhan, tell us something really nasty about Brandon. He was totally lying through his teeth there, right?
Oh, there was a moment in the game where he asked if we could step into a room and talk, and I was very close to just saying no, which I don't often do. I don't often refuse negotiations, regardless of the status, but I did. But I have a little black book of diplomacy players who have good check marks and bad check marks, and Brandon's on the bad side right now. So.
Brandon in the Jason column.
You know, you actually might be above Brandon right now, Jason.
Oh wow.
So, all right, before we say goodbye to Siobhan, where is Doug Moore on that list?
Oof, that's it. He's rising again.
We'll wait for the next installment of DBN to get that answer. So,
me years ago, but that's been a long time.
The suspense will kill us. Well, thank you again for playing. Thank you for your commentary throughout 2020. We look forward to seeing you again in 2021.
Siobhan, I'm sorry it didn't work out, but you made it fun.
Thank you so much, everyone.
And thanks, Jason, for coming on last minute. We didn't get to mass bomb anyone, but we look
Siobhan
forward
mass
to
bomb for us.
That's beautiful.
We do look forward to 2021 with some more great play. So,
all right, good to see y'all.
See ya. All right, so now to defend the West, we've got the aforementioned Doug Moore. And the host of the 2021 whipping that is coming up when, Adam?
April 10th. I hope many of you in the viewership will join the tournament. A whipping is a longest running West Coast tournament since 2004, and normally an in-person tournament, this year being held virtually and running on the VWDC server. So hope to see many of you there.
I have been to whipping. I'm sure that a few in the crowd I know have. So it's a fantastic in-person tournament. So we'll do our best to support them. The link to join is in the virtual diplomacy community on Discord. Please sign up through there. And if you have any questions, obviously get in touch with Adam. I think his contact info is out there as well. So speaking of whipping, we thought you, Adam, were going to get a whipping in 1901. How did you talk yourself out of that one?
It was a tough position to be in, to be honest. The West was a mess for the entire game, and I was following the comments about a lot of suboptimal moves being made, and I think for any of you in the chat who have played next to Doug Moore and David Hood, you're going to be making a lot of suboptimal moves in the interest of being conservative and making sure that you're not giving opportunities to folks who know full well how to take advantage of them. It was tough, and there were many times early in the game where I thought I was toast. You just kind of keep fighting through it, and sometimes things work out so that you can take a shot. I never really felt like there was a huge shot. Brandon really kind of owned the East through a lot of this game, but it was great to be in it. It was great to work with Doug and David. I mean, they're great adversaries, and for those who thought this was an EF, it was sort of an EF, but we were really never fully on the same page and really never trusting each other that much. And even in the turns where we were ostensibly working together, there was a huge amount of tension. I've been in a lot of games where I've had very comfortable alliances. This was not a comfortable alliance. There was never a moment where I could let my guard down, and there were times where I felt I played too conservatively, and certainly in hindsight, looking at it, there were a lot of moves that look overly conservative, and some of them probably weren't the right things to do, but hell, when this is your spring 1904, after, you feel like you're out of the woods, you can't let your guard down.
Before Doug talks, I just want to ask him, he's a world champion. There's a lot to learn from Doug. And one of the things I learned tonight is apparently you can play France like Italy. Back, forth. So I appreciate the lesson.
Yeah, I mean, it was not optimal. The challenge was like, okay, so at more than one point, David Hood and I had decided that we wanted to kill Adam. Right? That we were going to do the world's worst FG, like literally the world's worst FG. And somehow we both managed to like make key mistakes and then like not have an FG at all. And so a lot of the suboptimal moves that then I was making, like I moved like Fleet to Gascony, then to Spain North Coast. Those were like Adam basically saying, you must do this or we cannot work together.
And then to Portugal, North Coast, and then to Portugal.
Right. And at the same time, I didn't want to like get Siobhan too agitated by what was happening. I really needed her to focus on the East and what was happening with Brandon. And that worked to some degree, but I really needed not to spook Adam. So I was doing a lot of things to placate Adam, which he could tell you. I mean, like our negotiations were pretty fraught. Like there was a lot of like, Doug, I've done everything that I said I was going to do all game, which to be fair, he did. And like you lied to me like 4 times, which to be fair is also true. So there was a lot of that going on.
Was there ever a point, and I know David commented that Doug and Eric, so clearly he thinks, not as much about you by calling you Eric and, he called hosers, as I remember.
Wait, was he calling me Eric?
Yeah, he's calling you your brother. That's it.
Oh, dude, come on.
Come on.
So, but there was, between the three of you, there was never a point where 2 of you went to each other and said, all right, look, fine. Let's just kill the third. Like,
no, that's not true at all. Actually, I went to Doug and said, "Let's kill David." Actually, and Doug can back me up on this. It just never happened, right?
What was so hard about Denmark? Was Denmark like I don't understand. It seemed like 18 attacks on Denmark.
Oh man!
Let me defend Adam for a second, okay?
I'm not sure I deserve it.
So Adam is like, yeah, I could take Denmark, but then I've got Doug Moore like hanging out in like the English Channel and MAO. So, I actually would go to him and it's like, well, if you really want to do this, this is your optimal move set, like convoy this, move here. But I'm sitting in the channel, so you really shouldn't do that because you can't trust that I'm not going to walk into London. So to be fair, a lot of those moves were like, we had to like really walk through because there was no trust in the West. We were messing with each other the whole time. We were doing a lot of balance of power between the three of us. And it just took a lot of wasted moves, frankly, for us to sort of like build the trust that Adam and I did have at the end of the game. Sort of. To like not just full out fight each other. There was,
it was frustrating as hell for me because I was willing. I kind of laid it out to Doug early on that I was willing to go full speed against Hood, and Doug wanted to play a little bit more balance of power, which is what ended up happening. And actually, I thought I was toast when he was up in the North Atlantic and all that crap went down in 1903, 1904. But I was trying to make the pitch to him, and it didn't go. And ultimately, we obviously did better against David than he was able to do against us. But it never really went through, and we never gained the momentum that I had hoped we would be able to get.
So the move I have on the screen, Winter 06, David pulls Denmark. You'd been trying for Denmark. We had, if you go back and watch the story.
Now you're going to show the one turn where I didn't go to Denmark, right? Where he left it open. I mean, come on.
That's it. I mean, like, I'm not. Is this the point though? You look back on it and you look at the center chart.
I mean, what are you going to do here, right? I mean, this mistakes were made, right? Sweden should have went to Finland. Sweden should have went to Finland, not go to Bothnia. That's really clear, and I smacked myself after that turn for not realizing that. But I mean, it made sense to do what I was doing here, and frankly, had I not made the mistake over Gulf of Bothnia, Finland, I think this position would have been okay. The real threat at this point was really just the AI, rampaging across the board. So taking St. Petersburg seemed more important than taking Denmark was the reality right here, right? And My concern was if the the RI continued and Brandon ever got the opportunity to build a fleet in the north, God forbid, that was going to be a problem. It was going to be a massive problem, right? And so I said, okay, I'll get Denmark later. Let me take care of St. Petersburg here. So that was really the whole rationale here. I mean, shit, if I knew he was going to leave it open, I probably would have walked in. But, he'd been defending it with 2 every turn. So this just seemed like the better thing to be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to be fair, this is a fun turn. Like, I just want to, if you look at the Tyrrhenian Sea, you don't know how long I thought about retreating to Rome right here. It was a long time. Like, I spent the entire retreat session. I really, really wanted to go to Rome just to completely bollocks things up because I could defend everything, and I was just like, that'll be really fun. It'll force her to use 4 units, but I just went back.
Evan, you gotta play the clip I have as number 3. Fight it. It's perfect timing for right now.
All right, so Ed did a ton of research here to prepare for this. Let's see if I can get it up. But Ed, all right, so as I find this, but Doug, that's what you were saying. You wanted to give Siobhan enough leverage to be able to still focus on the East. Is that kind of the deciding point of why you didn't?
Well, it was so from my perspective, I really didn't want her to build 2 fleets there. I really wanted an army and a fleet so that she would still have the opportunity to deploy units elsewhere because she had enough fleets to lock down the line. And my negotiation at that point was like, okay, great. I'm going to send all my units south. And if Adam wants to 1-dot me from behind there, that's great, whatever. We're still, neither one of us is topping this board because Brandon is going to top the board. Yeah. And that's where
the sideline reporters talked about the collective groan that occurred when she built 2 fleets. But then to double down with the convoy. I mean, what are you guys thinking in the way? That was game over at that point.
It was, I was at the, I was at the game board with Chris in Austria, I think, this turn. And, I was just lamenting, saying, I'm really glad that Siobhan is keeping Doug's fleets occupied so that he can't shift back north. But she really needed a fleet and an army, not 2 fleets here, right? I mean, this was just inviting Brandon to do what he ended up doing.
Yeah, what I was really asking Siobhan here at this point in the game was, okay, look, let's just set up a phony war between us. Let's do some bouncing and both of us keep enough units here to keep us honest, but retain the flexibility and the fluidity to move in different sectors of the board. Because, I'm sitting at Mid-Atlantic right here. I could go take Liverpool at any point in this game. But the challenge is, if Siobhan is locking up my units, I'm not going to go do that because I'm going to lose Marseille or Spain as a consequence. So if she's willing to give me a little bit of space, I can go play in the north. And then maybe that gives her the opportunity to play against Brandon. So it was hard, but she's also trying to push and lock me down so that I can't top by killing Adam. It's a push-pull.
That was going to be the follow-up. And when you mentioned about going to Liverpool, I think I asked Morgante, or maybe it was Peter McNamara before he got off the screen. I said, is this the chance that Doug can basically walk into Liverpool? If it's fleet army, is it maybe more probable, or at this point it was pretty much locked up to Brandon?
We're doing, Adam and I talked every turn extensively, and we are all talking with everybody. And we're also doing the count. It's like, okay, so when Brandon stabs Siobhan, at that point, Siobhan and I, we piffed the fleet in the Western Med, which was planned. And we're trying, and she's moving there, and she actually was going to offer me dots. But the math here it doesn't work out for me because even though I'm getting Siobhan's dots, I have to be strong in the middle, I have to be strong in the center, and I have to be strong against Adam because he's not going to just let me grow.
Yeah.
And so, in that scenario, Adam and I have to figure out, is there a way for both of us to grow at the expense of Brandon? We just didn't see that opportunity for a long time.
Yeah, it felt like it ended there. All right, so Ed, in his great research, found this clip of you guys five years ago. Time has passed. So see what we got here.
I'm trying to work with you. I'm trying to work with you. Do you give me some feedback? Okay, that's okay. Thank you. Together. Let's work together. Okay. I mean, we go north. Well, I mean.
I was thinking of that clip the whole time, watching what was happening on the map. I'm trying to work with you. What could I do?
It was never like that. This game, like
that game was much worse. We were, I mean, we were so off the ball on that game. But I mean, you know,
no, we like, to be fair, like in this game, you know, any chaos between F and E is really my responsibility. Like, I will take ownership of that. I'm like, I'm in the channel. I'm in, you know, North Atlantic. You know, Adam was pretty straight with me most of the game. And, you know, he would demonstrate to me in the course of the game, like, you're not going to get any builds, or, you know, I'm going to defend myself strongly and make a compelling case for me. So I would back off. And, you know, a lot of that was reading the rest of the board. For me to go, like, when I pulled back from North Atlantic and the English Channel, the challenge was that Siobhan was going to grow faster in the East than I was going to grow against Adam. So I wasn't going to be able to build enough in the South to defend myself for the long term. So it was like, it's not really worth it to fight Adam at that point. And I think Adam likewise felt generally the same way against trying to, like, fight against me.
No, it was obvious that I wasn't going to make gains very quickly at all, and I could make them against David. It was just, were you going to let me do that or not?
Yeah, it was so to summarize, too long, didn't read. The West was an absolute mess the whole game.
We're not even talking about the first two turns where David was just, you know, charming everybody to try to.
Let me just say, like, first of all, like, let's give full marks to David Hood, who is, like, an incredible diplomat. He got Adam and I to fight each other, which neither one of us actually wanted to do, but he still got us to do it. Like, he is very, very good. I'm just going to tell you all, if you ever play with David Hood, he is brilliant at this game. And Adam and I are like, wait a minute. David Hood's about to go to 7, and we're fighting each other. This is dumb.
Well, but the sideline reporting, Doug, said everyone was still worried about you. So David's magic was clearly filtering through. So he did his job. You guys just.
I mean, if you're on a board where Doug Moore has greater than 0 dots, you should be worried about Doug Moore. I mean, that, you know, and Doug, that's just a credit to you. Come on.
Well, I think the problem, Doug, is you always wear a blue shirt, and because you have the blue curtains and the blue painting, the blue sheets, but you get the brown shirt on. Adam has the blue shirt.
I got a blue shirt underneath my hoodie.
There you go.
So, you know, I don't know. David did a great job of keeping us separated. You know, David and I did not do a good job of getting our act together to kill Adam. But to Adam's credit, he also did a great job defensively. So we ended up just kind of like swinging back and forth, and we didn't resolve the West before the East resolved. And that gave Brandon his stab opportunity at the end of the day. And then once it happened, he did a good job of exploiting it and creating a situation where we really couldn't make a count to where one of us could top the board in a way that the other one felt good about it. Like, you know, Brandon just played a great game. So full marks to Brandon.
So
definitely.
So on that note, I know you guys can both rely on your charities because David can't be here to join us. But Adam, let's talk about yours, and we'll tie David's in with yours.
Yeah, I mean, my charity is the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. You know, as I said in my video, it's an organization that donates money to basic and translational research for breast cancer, obviously a major issue and affects a lot of people. And, you know, it's just a great organization that's, you know, working towards a cure to help a lot of people. And obviously, David is working for the American Cancer Society, which is obviously another really great organization that works more broadly across different types of cancers for research and treatment and support systems. So, you know, I honestly, it's just an honor to have the opportunity to play for such great causes and all of the other causes that the other players picked. And, you know, to see the generosity of the community and coming together to support these things is just amazing. So I, you know, really thank you all.
Yeah, that's great. And Doug, the food bank, it's close to my heart here too.
Yeah, the Oregon Food Bank, you know, I mentioned this in the interview. 1 in 9 Oregonians faces food insecurity, more than 200,000 kids. So we have lots of families in the state, and I'm sure it's similar in every other state, where we just have people that have, food insecurity. They don't know oftentimes where their next meal is coming from. In particularly in the coronavirus pandemic, so many kids get meals at school, breakfast and lunch. And, any donation to a food bank is going to go a long way to helping kids have food. And for me, I know a lot of you see me as a diplomacy player, but I also coach like my son's soccer team. I'm a parent, and I really care about kids and want to make sure that they have the opportunity to grow up and be healthy and to have good careers. So for me, the idea of like making sure that kids get good meals and have the opportunity to have food security is really important.
Yeah, it's the one local in my, obviously I'm from Chicago, very big city, but we've got like local pantries and they're always out and they're always at our events, and we try and support them as best we can. And Chicago did a great job of keeping the school food programs kind of going, because it did. I mean, my wife's a teacher and she talks about that's a huge part. And so they did a good job of doing it. But if that stopped, and I don't know how it is in other states, it would have been a travesty here in the city. So we're very thankful for them and for all the food banks too. So I hope, and we did a great job. I know we've been patting everyone on the back. Thanks everyone in the comments for the donations. We hit our first goal. Like I said, someone in diplomacy scratched out their order and gave us a bigger goal. So we're hoping through some of the replays, we'll hit goal number 2. But thank you guys again for all your commentary in 2020 and then 2021 as well with the DBNI. Appreciate all the help you've given us. And again, thanks for playing today.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks. All right. So with the West and the East kind of done, really kind of the biggest story of the game was Munich.
Is it not always a big story?
It is. It's just usually not a Turkish army.
Bryan, you made it from Armenia to Munich in 2.5 years.
And I found out afterwards, someone was suggesting a higher donation if I'd made it into Belgium. I was so close, and I didn't even know it. So.
That's true. I didn't do a good enough job of promoting it internally. Eddie Bursan will give $100 to Doug's charity. I think Doug's still listening, but for being the second taker of Belgium. So congratulations to the food bank for Doug taking that. Let's go there, since we're on a charitable cause. Let's go with yours.
Yeah. So picked one that is really, really personal to me. Been playing for Hebspa Children's Association. That's an agency here in Oak Park, which is a suburb of Chicago. And we are, Katie and I are fostering children. We just got approved and finished our training actually today. Right before this broadcast. So really big changes in our life, and just really appreciate the community coming together and making a donation for an organization that has kind of 2 missions: a group home first, and then the foster program. So we'll get to meet the kids from the group home, and some of them will need to stay as a long-term resident. And so we support that mission. And then some others will be through the foster program and perhaps eventually adoption. So really meaningful, personal thing for me and for Katie. And man, I'm just so happy to be part of a community that's been so supportive of charities like this and all of the other charities that we've been playing for today.
Well, you're really changing someone's life. Okay, so congratulations on that. And as someone who's fostered a child before, I can tell you that it is disgraceful the way some people treat their children, and so that they're good-hearted people like you and your organization that you're soliciting funds for are out there is fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you, Ed.
That's awesome.
It's just too bad you picked Turkey and you spoiled. The fans gave you the #1 pick.
I know.
They wanted you to have the pick.
They did. They did.
Turkey. What are you thinking?
All right. So first of all, it's too clever by a half. So I had one thought that, hey, we're sick. All of us are complaining about AIRs. No, we don't want AIRs. We're tired of watching AIRs. Like, oh, I'm picking Turkey because nobody wants another AIR. This is great. And then the other gamble, and this did not pay off for me, is Siobhan and I have worked really well in the past. So we've got a history of being able to take positions that aren't necessarily the most logical and making them work because of a relationship. And so I was leaning really hard into the relationship there. And a lot of the play that I did early on was really trying to entice Siobhan to join me in an endeavor that IT isn't always the most obvious of alliance structures. And then obviously she chose to work with Chris, and I totally understand that. And then ultimately with Brandon. So yeah, after she moved into the med, my thought was, well, let's make sure she doesn't get my dots. And then when everybody else on the board decided, nope, we're done, I just decided to gamble, and one of those gambles paid off and was able to weasel my way through to Bulgaria. And then I thought, well, where's a one place an army would be useful in the board? It's Munich. And so just did a lot of tap dancing and had found a way to stay useful and get into Munich.
Well, congratulations for that. But on the other hand, how did Brand get you to go to Galicia from Romania?
Yeah, so that was part of me trying to get Siobhan in. So I was trying to. She told me I am not moving against Brandon because she thought, or I'm not working with you because she thought Brandon and I were doing a juggernaut, and that was my backup plan. So I was trying to keep options open, and I went to Brandon and I told him exactly what I was doing, and I was expecting to bounce in Romania. And to Brandon's credit, he was like, I don't care if he's in Romania. That position sucks for Turkey. And so he just let me in where I thought I was going to bounce. And then I just had horrible position from there. And then with Galicia, I was like, well, I'll just move into Galicia, tap Ukraine. I'm be happy to be in Galicia. And when Siobhan moves against Chris, I'll have some tempo. And that, of course, wasn't how it played out. So Brandon described to me the concept of what's called a hopeful pleasant. And that is where you see something on the board that you really want to believe in, and you allow it to cloud your judgment because it's such a cool, exciting thing that you don't look at what the board is actually telling you. And that was the mistake I made here.
That's a great story, but yeah, description of how I've seen that on plenty of games, which speaks to my results. But when they were fall of 03, did you think you were dead? Did you know you were dead? What was it like?
So I talked to a lot of players, especially in the West. They didn't want to see me dead. Doug specifically called out. He's like, they're going to do this, 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 and this. Here's your tactics. I was like, you know what? I am going to just swing for the fences here. I'm going to just go all out. And if I get lucky, great, something could happen. So rather than just I could tell they were committed. It was an AIR, and diplomatically, I was trying everything and nobody was budging. So it's like, I've got to change something up. And so I just said, I'm just tapping everything that I can tap. And I got lucky.
Well, the good thing is when we get to the next edition of League Night, April 17th, we will rail on those AIRs. And if we hear Brandon talk about the anti-AIR all season long, we'll remind him of what he joined himself into.
Yes, he had a choice.
And he failed. Well, he won, but
just like the Longhorns, they just lost.
I was just about to give the update. The Abilene, at least it's a Texas school, the Abilene Christian Wildcats upset the number 3 Texas Longhorns 53-52. I had it on in the background. I saw someone post it up. And Abilene Christian must have hit a shot near the buzzer or at the buzzer because the Longhorns Texans. Sorry, guys.
What a great night.
Well, you
Bryan ruined it for everybody.
Yes. But
Well-
seriously, just thank you all. I've been watching chat. I've been really appreciating all of the engagement. It has been a blast to watch. It's been the coverage I have not heard yet. I'm looking forward to going back and listening to that. But it looks like it's been a really fun show.
Yeah.
But most of all, yes.
That's the tweet I was trying to get. Sorry, Chris Kelly now is pinned in a tweet again, or a tag again. So this is the important one.
Zach reported you were Alan Kalheimer's son as a fun fact. So that was something we learned about you. But it was a great night, and that was the cherry on top.
That's fantastic. I didn't know that either. So finally nice to put that family tree together.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So on that note, before we say goodnight, Bryan, let's as one of the co-founders of DBN, this is like our thank you to the commentators for the year. We've talked about DBN a bunch, but was there any commentary on the board about playing for the fans, obviously playing for charity, but playing for what was it like being on that board?
Oh yeah. So first of all, I think Siobhan mentioned it earlier. I mean, at the start of this, it was all like we were going to put on just some crazy stuff, and I mean, frankly, I opened the way that I did specifically because I wanted to do something that I thought would be entertaining, and I think a lot of other players were. But like after spring of 01, like there was a palpable sense of change in the atmosphere. Like it just transformed, and it got intense, and it got intense really, really fast. And we're competitive. Like that's what we do, and we can't help it. So it completely changed things. But I won't lie, I definitely use the wouldn't it be cool if Turkey ended up in Munich kind of pitch a couple times to help get there. So there was some of that going on, and yeah, absolutely knowing that we were on camera changed things a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, you outlasted Brand.
that was the goal. Hey, I ultimately did take over the last Austrian center, so
wasn't the home center, but you did get the last one he owned. So, well, that's good. Well, again, Bryan, thank you for everything. This DBN thing has made our lives during the pandemic, and all the good things that we do here in Chicago too. We love that. So, looking forward to a fantastic 2021 season with you on League Night, and hopefully a lot more good to come.
Absolutely. And Kevin, Ed, and team, I again wasn't able to watch everybody, but the cast of characters I saw come through here, I cannot wait to listen. Thank you so much. And this has been a really, really fun game. Thanks for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Everyone but Russ did a good job.
We'll make fun of him in our send off since you guys are so close. So thank you, Bryan, and we'll see you on the next one.
All right, have a good one.
All right, Ed, we made it. We have to thank. All right, so we got to thank the team. I know Bryan's motivation for his fantastic sideline work at the DBNI championship really kind of sparked the guys today. Marcus and Karthik were just fantastic on the sidelines, and you heard it. You heard in these interviews after the game that everything that those guys caught, it was true to form. So kudos to them. They
did a fantastic job. I love them.
Yeah, and we're thankful for the guests who have come on, players who've made it tonight, both with good play and good personalities all throughout. We're very thankful here. I know we do a lot on camera and behind the scenes, and it's a lot of fun. And we, again, thank everyone in the comments, both for the commentary throughout the year and, of course, the donations today. Ed, let's sign us off. What are you going to remember most about this game, and what are you looking forward to in 2021?
All right. So first of all, got to say thank you to Kevin, and thanks to DBN for letting me come on. But Kevin, you did so much of the hard work for tonight's broadcast. I literally just took a nap for 2 hours this afternoon while you were plugging away, and you didn't play my clips. That's okay. That's on DBN Plus, your new subscription service. What I'm looking forward to, what I'll remember about this game is Siobhan on the, always talking about the stab well. And there was a well executed stab. I'll never forget that about this game. Excellently played by Brandon. Just a tour de force. It was fun to watch. And what I'm looking forward to is DBN continuing to improve. Not the least of which, you need a telestrator. Why that hasn't come up yet, I don't know. But that was 80s technology. So surely a telestrator can be used. That was fantastic. And all the people, the community got to come on today, which was great because I think DBN is integral in building that community of players. It's people I would have never met before. It's meant something quite a bit to me in my life, actually, during the pandemic. I would have never gone to a face-to-face tournament or talked to anybody. And now we're commentating. We're getting to have jokes and laugh. And it's a social community has sprung up, which is much more important than any game, unless I'm playing Morgante.
Hey, I thought that segment went along well, and there's always room. Alliances can be rebuilt. So
that's right.
In signing off, there you go. We'll get to that.
That's right.
The live timer here says I have 58 seconds to sign off. So my thing I will remember most about this game is not necessarily on this broadcast. People in the comments have been talking about a broadcaster's game probably as long as I've been following. I did not join helping out with this crew until it was established. But they wanted to do this. It was like, when do we do it? The day after the DBNI finished, it was like, all right, when are we doing this? When are we getting together? And then everyone was like, well, we got to do it for something. We wanted to play for players. We wanted to play for seeds. We wanted to play for intangibles. And everyone's like, why not charity? And everyone got on board, and the graphics and the team and the setup and software and everything to get me not screwing this up for the first time. So cheers to that. I'm thankful for that. But the community that you see behind there, you don't see behind the scenes, really wanted to make this work for the fans. And now we've got a long season ahead. So there's a lot of diplomacy to watch. A lot to be played. We've got tournaments coming up. We've got VDL all season long, Tour of Britain, the French League we're going to get to. Diplomacy is growing, and it's just at the right time because hope is on the horizon. We'll get out. Like you said, we'll get to those face-to-face games and have a drink of choice and not make new friends, but get to be in person for the first time. So there's a lot to look forward to in 2021, and I'm thankful, Ed, that you came on and joined me today. And again, no telestrator. I just have to look off to the side to make sure I end this the right way. So from all of us here at DBN, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your donations. And we'll see you in perfect timing. And Siobhan says it. Please stay safe.